Hey night owls, quick question. Are you reading this on a phone? Watching it on a screen? Is there a light on somewhere in your room right now? Cool. You can thank tonight's guy for basically all of that. His name was Nikola Tesla, and he didn't just change the world. He built the one we're living in, then died broke and alone in a hotel room while the rest of the world caught up to his ideas about a century later. No big deal. Tonight we're cracking open one of history's greatest wait-what stories. A Serbian kid born during a literal lightning storm who grew up to harness electricity itself. And yes, before you ask, the lightning thing is real. We couldn't make that up if we tried. Drop a comment right now and tell me where in the world you're watching from and what time it is. I genuinely want to know who's up at this hour ready to have their mind rearranged. So kill the overhead light, grab whatever you drink at midnight and get comfortable. Because by the time we're done tonight, you're going to look at every single wall outlet in your home and think, there's a whole war behind that thing. Let's go. Picture a small village tucked somewhere in the middle of nowhere, sandwiched between rolling hills and dense forest in what is today Croatia, back when it was still a quiet corner of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The village is called Smiljan. Population, not many. Notable features, a church, some farmland, a lot of mud, and on the night of July 10th, 1856, an absolutely ferocious thunderstorm that seemed determined to announce itself to the entire region. The locals, understandably, were doing what sensible people do during violent storms in the 1850s, which is to say, they were mostly just hoping the roof held. And in the home of a Serbian Orthodox priest named Milutin Tesla, something else was happening that night. His wife, a woman named Juka Mandic, was in labour. Now the midwife, according to accounts that have been passed down and possibly polished a little over the years, reportedly looked at the lightning cracking across the sky and announced that this child would be a child of darkness. A gloomy prognosis, you might agree. Juka Tesla, with the kind of calm authority that only a mother in the middle of childbirth can produce, reportedly replied that no, this child would be a child of light. She turned out to be spectacularly correct, though even she couldn't have guessed quite how literally that statement would one day apply. Nikola Tesla came into the world during a thunderstorm, which in retrospect feels less like a coincidence and more like the universe quietly winking at the audience. He would spend most of his adult life doing things with electricity that made everyone around him deeply uncomfortable, so being born mid-lightning bolt has a certain poetic rightness to it. If you were writing this story as fiction, your editor would probably ask you to tone down the symbolism. But history, as it turns out, has no editor. Smiljan itself was the kind of place that shaped a person whether they wanted it to or not. It was rural, it was orthodox, and it operated on the slow rhythms of agricultural life, seasons, harvests, church bells, and the kind of quiet evenings that gave people a great deal of time to think. Nikola was the fourth of 5 children. He had 2 older sisters, Milka and Angelina, a younger sister named Marika, and one older brother, Dane, who was by most accounts brilliant, beloved, and, with the slightly cruel logic that life sometimes operates on, the one their father had pinned all his hopes to. Milutin Tesla was a priest and a writer, a man of considerable intelligence and even more considerable opinions. He preached, he composed sermons, he published essays, and he held the kind of firm views on education and morality that tended to fill a household with a certain bracing intellectual energy. He wanted his sons to follow him into the clergy. He was, in that particular goal, going to be comprehensively disappointed by at least one of them. But we'll get to that. The more quietly remarkable parent, though, was Juka. She never went to school, not a single formal class in her entire life, because that simply wasn't something girls from Serbian villages in the mid-19th century did. Education was not considered a reasonable investment in daughters in that time and place, which tells you something grim about the era, and also makes what came next all the more extraordinary. Juka Mandic Tesla, entirely self-taught, had a memory that bordered on the supernatural. She could recite long stretches of Serbian epic poetry from memory, chapter after chapter, without pausing. She kept entire texts in her head, prayers, poems, stories, and could produce them on demand with perfect accuracy. She also, crucially, had a mechanical mind that expressed itself in the domestic sphere because that was the only sphere available to her. She invented tools to make household tasks easier. She built things, fixed things, reimagined things. Tesla would later describe her as an inventor of the first order, and he didn't say this casually. He meant it as the highest possible compliment, and he meant it sincerely. What this means, practically speaking, is that Tesla grew up in a house where intelligence was the norm rather than the exception. Both parents were extraordinarily capable people, just in entirely different directions. His father worked with language and ideas and theology. His mother worked with her hands, her memory, and a relentless practical creativity. Tesla inherited something from each of them, and the combination would prove to be genuinely unusual. He had his father's capacity for abstract thought, and his mother's ability to visualize problems in 3 dimensions. When these two things fused in Nikola's particular brain, the results would eventually reshape the modern world. But first, he was just a kid in a village, and the world was largely unaware that anything significant had just happened. The landscape of Smiljan deserves a moment of attention, because it wasn't just backdrop. Tesla's relationship with the natural world, with light, with water, with weather, began here and never really left him. He spent his childhood outdoors in a way that children today might find difficult to relate to, which is to say, completely unsupervised and entirely free to wander. He observed insects with obsessive attention. He watched water wheels turning in the local streams and spent a considerable amount of time wondering how they worked and how they might work better. He noticed the way static electricity behaved on dry days, the way certain materials attracted or repelled small objects, the way a charged surface could make hair stand up. He was filing away observations constantly, building a mental catalogue of how the physical world behaved, long before he had any formal framework for understanding why. He was also, by every account, a genuinely strange child, and this is meant affectionately, not dismissively. The strangeness was specific and consistent. He had vivid, involuntary mental imagery that he couldn't fully distinguish from reality. When someone said a word in front of him, an image would appear in his mind's eye with such force and clarity that it felt almost physical. When he thought about a problem, he could see the solution taking shape in 3-dimensional space, as if he were building a model in the air in front of him. This ability to visualize would eventually allow him to design and test machines entirely in his head before building them. He famously ran mental test simulations on his inventions, letting them operate in his imagination for days before committing. Anything to a drawing. But as a child, it was disorienting. The images were so real that he sometimes couldn't tell if he was seeing something or imagining it, a distinction that most people take for granted, and that young Nikola had to actively work to manage. This was not, to put it gently, the most comfortable way to experience the world. He developed coping mechanisms. He counted things. He counted steps obsessively. He counted the mouthfuls in a meal. He divided activities into groups of 3 because something about that number felt stable and right, in a way that other numbers didn't. He ran calculations constantly, not because he was told to, but because the act of counting and measuring gave him a sense of control over a perceptual environment that could otherwise feel overwhelming. He bathed more than anyone around him thought strictly necessary. He was fastidious about specific objects and couldn't tolerate certain textures or sounds. In a different era, with a different vocabulary, we might reach quickly for clinical language. In the 1860s in rural Croatia, the explanation was simply that Nikola was unusual, and everyone proceeded accordingly. He was also, when the visual floods weren't disorienting him, remarkably joyful. He had a talent for play that bordered on engineering. His mother found him one day trying to catch frogs in the yard to use as a power source for a tiny motor he had constructed from scraps. The logic being that frogs move, movement is energy, and energy can drive a machine. This is not, strictly speaking, a viable power source, but the thought process behind it was entirely sound, and the fact that a small child arrived at it independently says something. He built wheels. He built small contraptions of bent wire and straw. He watched butterflies and then tried to figure out the mechanical principles behind their flight. He was doing, informally and instinctively, exactly what engineers do, observing the world, identifying principles and trying to replicate or redirect them. The incident that his adult memoirs returned to again and again, though the one he described as his first genuine encounter with electricity, didn't involve any of his own inventions. It involved a cat. Specifically, a large black cat named Macaque, who was apparently a creature of considerable dignity and even more considerable fur. On a dry winter evening, Tesla was stroking the cat's back when the fur suddenly crackled and lit up with static sparks. For an adult, this is mildly interesting and something you file under static electricity, not a big deal. For young Nikola, this was approximately a revelation. He stared at the sparks. He asked his father what it was. His father explained that it was the same thing as lightning, the same phenomenon, just scaled down by several orders of magnitude. The same thing that split trees and terrified horses and lit up the sky outside the window the night Nikola was born was also alive in this cat's fur on a Tuesday evening in winter. Nature was the same thing at different scales. Electricity was not extraordinary. It was everywhere. It was normal. It was simply waiting to be understood. This is one of those moments that's easy to underestimate from the outside. Lots of children have been surprised by static electricity from a cat or a wool sweater or a doorknob and not gone on to invent the modern power grid. But context matters. Tesla was already the kind of child who filed observations away and connected them across time. He already had a mind that refused to accept phenomena as mere experience and instead demanded to understand them as mechanisms. The cat's fur gave him something concrete to attach his curiosity to. From that evening onward, electricity was not a vague wonder. It was a question he intended to answer. Smiljan, for all its quiet rural rhythms, was also a place marked by genuine hardship, and the Tesla family was not exempt from this. The work of a village priest in the Austro-Hungarian Empire was respectable, but not lucrative. The household was comfortable in the sense that no one went hungry, but there was no margin for extravagance. The children wore clothes until they wore out. They made their own entertainment. They understood that the world required work and that work did not always bring proportionate reward, a lesson that would prove later in Nikola's life to be grimly relevant. And then, when Nikola was 7 years old, something happened that changed the family irrevocably and left a mark on him that he carried for the rest of his life. Dane Tesla, the oldest son, was thrown from a horse. Accounts of the exact circumstances vary slightly. Some say the horse was spooked, some say Dane fell, some imply that Nikola's own presence was somehow connected to what startled the animal. This last detail, whether true or apocryphal, became a weight that settled on Nikola's shoulders and never fully lifted. Dane died from his injuries. He was, by all accounts, exceptional. The son Milutin had already begun to shape toward his own vision of the future, the boy who was supposed to carry the family's intellectual legacy forward, the benchmark against which the younger children would be measured. His death was catastrophic for the family in the emotional sense that any death of a child is catastrophic, and also in a quieter, slower-burning sense that was perhaps more damaging over time. Grief does strange things to parents. Milutin Tesla, a man who had been warm and present before Dane's death, became distant in a way that was hard to fully articulate and harder to fully excuse. The love didn't vanish. This is not a story of a father who became cruel or absent. But it changed. It filtered. And what it filtered through, in ways that were probably invisible to Milutin himself, was comparison. Every achievement Nikola produced was measured against the ghost of what Dane might have achieved. Every demonstration of ability was received with a certain cautious distance, as if the father was protecting himself from the risk of investing fully in another son who might also be taken. This is speculation, as most psychological interpretation of historical figures necessarily is. But Tesla's own writings suggest that the distance was real and that it cost him something. There is a particular kind of loneliness that comes from being extraordinary in the wrong direction. Nikola was clearly gifted. His teachers recognized it, his family recognized it, even the village recognized it in the vague, uneasy way that communities sometimes recognize children who are operating on a different frequency. But his gifts weren't the ones that could be immediately applied to his father's plans. Milutin wanted a priest. He wanted a successor in the clerical tradition. He wanted, perhaps more than anything, a version of Dane. What he had instead was a boy who wanted to build motors and stare at static electricity and run calculations in his head all day. These were not, in 1860s rural Croatia, qualities that came with an obvious vocational path attached. Duka understood differently. She watched her son with the steady attention of someone who recognized something of herself in him. The mechanical instinct, the need to take things apart and understand their workings, the private satisfaction of solving a physical problem with your hands. She was careful not to push him in directions that conflicted with Milutin's authority, but she also, quietly and consistently, provided him with materials. She found things he could build with. She encouraged the tinkering rather than redirecting it toward more respectable pursuits. She seemed to understand that whatever was driving Nikola's compulsions was not a defect to be managed, but a capacity to be nurtured, even when the capacity in question was not producing results anyone could quite evaluate yet. The village school in Smiljan handled young Nikola adequately, but not particularly. He was clearly ahead of his classmates in mathematics, embarrassingly so in the way that very talented children sometimes are, finishing problems before the teacher had finished writing them on the board, and then sitting quietly, trying to look as if he hadn't finished, which is a social skill of a different kind. He read voraciously. He memorized things easily and retained them with an accuracy that startled adults. His memory was not his mother's pure verbal recall, but something adjacent to it, more visual, more spatially structured, equally tenacious. When Tesla was around 10 years old, the family relocated to Gospic, a slightly larger town where Milutin had been reassigned. This move was, in practical terms, an upgrade. There was a better school, more resources, and a library, a genuine library with actual books, which young Nikola treated like a personal treasure discovered unexpectedly in someone else's backyard. He read through it with the systematic determination of someone who has just realized that the world contains far more information than previously suspected and intends to acquire all of it as quickly as possible. This is again either admirable or alarming depending on how you feel about 10-year-olds who approach libraries like acquisition projects. The school in Gospic was where his unusual mental gifts became impossible to ignore. A mathematics teacher noticed that Nikola was performing complex calculations in his head faster than other students could work them out on paper. Not approximately faster, substantially faster, in ways that made the teacher wonder initially if he was simply guessing and getting lucky. He wasn't. The answers were correct. The process was happening entirely internally, faster than the manual execution could follow. The teacher, to his credit, didn't find this threatening. He found it fascinating and encouraged it. This is the kind of thing that can go very well or very badly for a gifted child, and in this case it went reasonably well. Being recognized rather than resented is, in the development of any talent, enormously important. The other thing about Gospic was that it had more people, more commerce, and more exposure to the wider world. Tesla grew up in Smiljan with a very local frame of reference, bounded by the village, the church, and the natural landscape. Gospic opened a slightly larger aperture. He encountered different ideas, different people, a modest variety of goods and technologies that reminded him the world outside rural Croatia was doing things he hadn't yet had a chance to observe. His curiosity, which had always been present, now had more to attach itself to. He was also, during these years, developing what would become a lifelong relationship with books as objects of almost physical necessity. Not pleasure reading in the casual sense. Tesla's reading was intense and goal-directed. He read to understand mechanisms, he read to locate problems, he read to find out what was known so he could determine where the gaps were. He read multiple languages, Serbian, German, French, Czech, and absorbed all of them with the same facility that characterized everything else he did with language and symbols. He had opinions about what he read, often disagreed with it, and filed the disagreements alongside the facts for future reference. The teenage years were marked by a combination of intellectual acceleration and the persistent low-level social friction that tends to accompany it. Tesla was not unpopular exactly, but he was different in ways that required constant small negotiations. His compulsive behaviors, the counting, the measuring, the specific physical aversions, were more visible as he aged, because the social expectations became more demanding. Children are generally tolerated for being odd in ways that adolescents are not. He navigated this with varying degrees of success, and the record suggests that he was never entirely comfortable in the ordinary social currents of his peer group, though he was capable of warmth and genuine connection when the circumstances allowed. For it. The question of his father's ambitions was growing more pressing. Milutin remained committed to the idea that Nikola should study theology, enter the priesthood, and continue the family's clerical tradition. Nikola was equally committed to the idea of studying engineering and physics, which he was becoming increasingly convinced were the actual levers of the future. The tension between these two positions simmered for years before it was finally somewhat dramatically resolved, but that resolution belongs to the next chapter of this story. What we can say about the boy who grew up in Smiljan and Gospic is this. He arrived in the world under a thunderstorm, was raised by two extraordinarily capable parents in a modestly impoverished corner of the empire, lost his brother in a way that left permanent marks on the household's emotional climate, and spent his childhood building a mental architecture for understanding the physical world that was unlike anything his teachers or family had previously encountered. He was sensitive, compulsive, visually extraordinary, and driven by a curiosity that functioned less like a hobby and more like a biological imperative. He couldn't have explained what he was building toward, but he was building towards something. The lightning that announced his birth had, it turned out, not been accidental, or at least, if you want to believe the story, it really does make for a much better beginning. By the time Tesla was entering his teenage years, the question of what kind of mind he had was well settled in the opinion of everyone who had paid attention. The question of what that mind would do with itself, and whether the world would have the patience to find out, remained very much open. His father still wanted a priest. His mother watched and waited. The library in Gospitch was getting regular visits, and somewhere in the back of that extraordinary, restless, lightning-haunted brain, something was already turning, patient as a wheel in a river, building toward motion. There's a temptation, looking back at childhoods like Tesla's, to read everything as inevitable. The cat and the sparks, the thunderstorm at birth, the mechanical mother, the visionary father who pointed in the wrong direction. It all seems to line up too neatly, like a story that already knows how it ends and is quietly arranging its early chapters for maximum effect. History doesn't actually work that way. Most children who stare at static electricity on a cat's fur don't end up rewiring civilization. Most kids with exceptional memory and spatial visualization become competent engineers or mathematicians and live perfectly good, unremarkable lives. What made Tesla's childhood significant wasn't any single element in it. It was the combination, the specific overlap of ability and environment and timing and tragedy that produced, through no particularly deliberate design, a person who was genuinely unlike other people, and who was going to spend the rest of his life proving it, often at enormous personal cost. The lightning didn't guarantee anything. It just announced that something interesting had arrived, and left the rest to be worked out over the following 86 years. Some of those years would be brilliant beyond almost any historical comparison. Some of them would be among the loneliest and most difficult a person can endure. But on that July night in Smiljan, with the storm cracking open the sky, and a midwife making overly dramatic predictions she would fortunately not live to be embarrassed by, none of that was visible yet. There was just a child crying in the usual way, and a mother who already seemed to understand that whatever this was, it was going to need watching carefully. She was right. She usually was. Let's slow down here for a moment and spend a little more time with Nikola Tesla, because she tends to get mentioned in passing in most accounts of her son's life. A brief paragraph, a few respectful sentences, and then the narrative moves on to Nikola's actual inventions, as if she were merely a footnote. She was not a footnote. She was, in many respects, the most directly traceable source of the specific type of intelligence that would eventually produce alternating current motors and wireless transmission systems and the general blueprint for the 20th century's electrical infrastructure. The household devices she invented, and she invented several over the course of her life, were not the work of someone dabbling idly. They were the work of someone who understood mechanisms intuitively, who could look at a repetitive physical task and perceive both the underlying mechanical logic and the potential for improving it. She built an automated butter churn. She modified tools for weaving. She created small labor-saving devices at a time when most women in her position were simply expected to perform labor without complaint, let alone redesign the tools involved. She did all of this without formal education, without access to engineering literature, without colleagues or mentors or any of the scaffolding we associate with technical achievement. She just thought about problems and built solutions, which is, stripped of all the institutional infrastructure, exactly what her son would spend his entire life doing on a considerably larger scale. The inheritance wasn't purely cognitive either. Duca's extraordinary memory, that ability to hold vast amounts of text intact in her head, appears to have passed to Nikola in a modified form. His memory was less verbal and more spatial visual, but it operated on a similar principle. Information, once acquired, was retained with unusual completeness and could be retrieved with minimal degradation over time. Tesla could memorize books. Not skim them or absorb their general arguments, but memorize them. Whole passages, technical specifications, mathematical derivations, and produce them later with the kind of accuracy that his colleagues found alternately useful and faintly unsettling. In one famous later anecdote, after a fire destroyed his laboratory notes, he was able to reconstruct months of experimental records from memory with sufficient precision to continue his work. This wasn't a party trick. It was a genuine cognitive capacity that he relied on throughout his career, and that had its roots, at least in part, in whatever his mother had given him. Nikola Tesla, in fairness, also contributed more than frustrated ambitions to his son's development. His passion for language, for precision in expression, for the moral weight of words, these were things Nikola absorbed even while chafing against the clerical direction they were supposed to lead him. Tesla in adulthood was a remarkable writer. His letters, his lectures, his memoirs, they are clear, vivid, occasionally lyrical, and consistently precise in a way that technical writers often aren't. He understood that ideas required communication, that a discovery sealed in a laboratory notebook was only partially complete until it had been made legible to other people. His father never intended to teach him this lesson about communication as a form of intellectual responsibility, but the lesson landed anyway, delivered through years of living with someone who took language seriously. There is also the question of faith. Nikola Tesla's religious life was not something his son rejected entirely, even while rejecting the vocation. Tesla maintained a complex and personal relationship with larger questions of meaning, purpose, and the nature of the universe throughout his life. He was not devout in any conventional sense. He was not a church-attending, catechism-reciting believer in the institutional forms of religion. But he was, in a quieter way, convinced that the universe had an underlying order, a coherent logic that revealed itself to those patient and attentive enough to read it. This conviction, that nature was not random, that its patterns were discoverable, that the world operated according to principles that human minds could, with sufficient effort, understand, is the foundation of all scientific inquiry. Tesla got there through a route that mixed his father's theological sensibility with his mother's mechanical pragmatism and his own particular brand of rigorous imagination. The result was a worldview that was secular in its methods and almost devotional in its intensity. Back in Gospich, with the family resettled and the library being steadily excavated, Tesla was preparing for secondary school. The institution in question was the Higher Real Gymnasium in Karlovac, about 70 kilometres from Gospich, far enough to require boarding, close enough that the connection to home was not severed entirely. Milutin arranged it. Nikola was, on the surface, being given an excellent opportunity. The gymnasium was a serious academic institution by the standards of the time and place. It offered a rigorous curriculum that included mathematics, physics, languages, and the natural sciences. For a boy who'd been gorging himself on whatever the Gospich Library could offer, this was an upgrade. What actually happened in Karlovac deserves a fuller treatment than it typically receives, because it's where several important things about Tesla's adult character were first visible in concentrated form. The first was his relationship to formal physics education. He had a teacher there, a man who demonstrated electrical experiments with genuine enthusiasm and competence, and watching those demonstrations produced in Nikola something closer to an obsession than an interest. He became transfixed by the behaviour of electrical currents, by the demonstrations of sparks and magnetic fields and what happened when you moved wires through the vicinity of magnets. He stayed after class. He asked questions that went considerably beyond the syllabus. He began, even at this stage, to sense that what was being demonstrated in the classroom was only the visible surface of something much deeper and more interesting, and that the interesting part, the part he couldn't quite see yet but could somehow intuit, was waiting for him to develop the tools to reach it. The second thing that Karlovac revealed was his capacity for total absorption. When Tesla was interested in something, he was interested in it to the exclusion of virtually everything else. Sleep, meals, social obligations, physical discomfort, these became secondary. He worked through nights. He forgot to eat. He produced results at a rate that startled his teachers and concerned them in roughly equal measure, because the output was excellent, but the method of producing it looked, from the outside, like a kind of controlled self-destruction. This pattern would define his working life for the next 6 decades. It produced extraordinary results. It also extracted enormous costs in health, relationships, and basic well-being. His teachers in Karlovac were the first to notice the trade-off, and they were not the last. He completed the 4-year curriculum in 3 years. This was not a boast or an exaggeration. He compressed it, and the compression was acknowledged by his teachers, who were not in the habit of handing out academic acceleration for the sake of it. He was 17 when he left Karlovac, armed with a transcript that demonstrated mastery of everything the gymnasium had offered, and a head full of questions that the gymnasium had been completely unable to answer. The summer after Karlovac did not go as planned. Tesla returned to Gospic to find his father pressing him, harder than before, toward the seminary. Milutin was not a man who gave up on convictions easily, and his conviction that Nikola belonged in the clergy had survived 3 years of his son studying physics. He arranged for the seminary enrollment. Nikola resisted with equal persistence, if rather less clerical precedent to draw on. The standoff might have gone on indefinitely, except that it was interrupted by something Milutin hadn't planned for. Nikola contracted cholera. The epidemic was moving through the region that year, and he was caught in it, severely, the kind of illness that in the 1870s was not reliably survivable, and that in his case stretched across 9 months of weakness, recovery, relapse, and the general unpleasantness of being seriously ill in an era before antibiotics or proper rehydration therapies. Modern medicine would have resolved this in a week. 19th century medicine mostly offered bed rest and good wishes, which is somewhat less efficient. He nearly died. On several occasions it appeared that he would. Milutin sat at his bedside through some of the worst nights, and it was during this period that the father made a promise, the kind of promise that people make at bedsides when they believe the worst is imminent and then have to live with afterward. He told Nikola that if he recovered he would be allowed to study engineering, not the clergy, not theology, engineering at the best technical institute his father could arrange. Nikola recovered. Milutin, to his genuine credit, kept the promise. The Polytechnic Institute in Graz, Austria was selected as the destination. In 1875, Tesla enrolled. Graz was, in almost every measurable way, a significant upgrade from anything he had experienced before. The Polytechnic was a serious institution with serious faculty and resources that the gymnasium in Karlovac simply couldn't match. There were proper laboratories. There were professors who had actually contributed to the fields they were teaching. There were students from across the empire who were talented enough to be there and competitive enough to make their presence known. For Tesla, arriving with his compressed timeline and his unusual mind and his years of self-directed study crammed into the corners of a gymnasium curriculum, it was intoxicating. The first year was, by any objective measure, remarkable. Tesla worked with the focus of someone who had been kept waiting too long and intended to make up the time. He attended every lecture, often from front-row seats at 7 in the morning when the course didn't require that kind of punctuality. He worked through problems long after the assigned work was complete. He skipped no classes, submitted no late assignments, and produced examination results that startled even the faculty, who had already pegged him as exceptional. His physics professor wrote to Milutin, apparently genuinely excited, describing Nikola as a first-rate student on a trajectory that required careful attention. Milutin received this information and was reportedly proud in the restrained way of a man who had wanted something different, but was capable of recognizing when something genuinely good had happened instead. The second year arrived, and with it, an event that would both ignite Tesla's deepest intellectual passion and introduce the problem he would spend years trying to solve. A professor named Poschel was demonstrating a Gram dynamo, a device that converted mechanical rotation into electrical current. The demonstration was standard and informative, the kind of thing a physics class at a Polytechnic Institute ran through as part of the regular curriculum. The dynamo worked by using a rotating component called a commutator to convert the alternating character of the induced current into direct current, which was then delivered to the external circuit. The sparking at the commutator brushes was visible and considerable. Tesla, watching this from his seat, could not stop staring at the sparks. He raised his hand and asked whether it was possible, in principle, to run a motor without the commutator, to somehow use the alternating current directly, without converting it. Professor Poschel, who was a capable and experienced instructor, explained patiently and accurately that this was not possible. The alternating nature of the current was precisely what made the commutator necessary. Without it, the machine would simply vibrate rather than rotate. He demonstrated the reasoning mathematically. He was, based on the physics as it was understood at that moment, completely correct. Tesla accepted this answer and wrote it down and did not argue. But something in his mind filed the question in a different location from the one where settled answers normally go. The impossibility Poschel described was not, in Tesla's internal accounting, the end of the question. It was the shape of the problem. The commutator was a mechanical workaround for a theoretical limitation, and mechanical workarounds are, almost by definition, invitations to look for better solutions. Tesla began to look. He did not know yet what he was looking for. He didn't know how long it would take, but the question had been set, and his mind, once given a question of that kind, did not let it go. This was not the moment he solved the problem. That would take years and would happen elsewhere entirely. But it was the moment the problem became his, the moment it lodged in his consciousness as the central unresolved question of his professional existence. Everything that followed in his working life for the next several years would be shaped in some way by the commutator sparking in Professor Purcell's demonstration, and the question that a young man in the audience wouldn't let stay answered. What should have followed all of this was a careful second year and a productive third. What actually followed was a crisis that Tesla spent decades being reluctant to discuss in full, and which his later autobiography addresses with the careful vagueness of someone who has edited a story for posterity. He discovered gambling. Card games, specifically, the kind played for money in establishments that were somewhat more accessible to a polytechnic student in Graz than they perhaps should have been. And he discovered, with the same intensity he brought to everything else, that he was extremely interested in gambling. The interest was not primarily financial in the early stages. It was, if Tesla's own account is to be believed, mathematical. He was fascinated by the odds, by the probabilistic structures of the games, by the question of whether systematic analysis could produce reliable outcomes. This is a question that has occupied many intelligent people before and after him, and the answer in most cases has been a gentle but firm no. Tesla was not initially deterred by this answer. He lost money, he won it back. He lost it again, in larger amounts. He won it back again in smaller amounts. He lost his study funds. He wrote to his family for more, without explaining precisely where the previous funds had gone, which required a certain creative economy, with the truth that sat uncomfortably alongside his otherwise rigorous commitment to accuracy. He received more money, he lost more money. This cycle continued through much of his second year, consuming time, energy, and funds that were intended for other purposes. His academic performance, predictably, suffered. The first-year brilliance faded, attendance slipped, assignments were delayed. The professors who had written enthusiastic letters to Milutin were now writing rather different letters, or perhaps choosing not to write at all, which is sometimes worse. He did not finish his studies at the Polytechnic Institute in Graz. He left without a degree, under circumstances he was not eager to document, and the details of exactly what happened at the end of his time there are hazier in the historical record than most of the rest of his biography. What he left with, despite all of this, was the question. The commutator was still sparking in the back of his mind. The problem of alternating current, of rotation without commutation, of finding the physical mechanism that would allow an AC motor to work, none of that had been abandoned. If anything, the turbulence of his personal situation seemed to have sharpened the question's urgency. He needed something to work toward. He needed a problem big enough to matter. He had one. The young man who left Graz was not the student his first year had promised. He was erratic, exhausted, somewhat dishonest with his family about his circumstances, and carrying the particular shame of a person who has allowed a weakness to undermine something they genuinely cared about. None of this is interesting because it makes Tesla look bad. It's interesting because it makes him look human, specifically like the kind of human who has enormous strengths operating in the same body as significant vulnerabilities, and who has to figure out how to manage both simultaneously for the rest of their life. He would never fully solve that particular problem. He would also never fully walk away from the bigger one. The tension between those two facts, between the extraordinary capacity and the genuine fragility, runs through every chapter of his story from here forward. The boy in Smiljan who watched a cat produce sparks in the dark had grown into a young man who could hold complex three-dimensional machines in his imagination and run them in real time, who could memorize books and feel the shape of unsolved problems like physical objects, who could compress a 4-year curriculum into 3 years and astonish experienced professors. He had also grown into someone who could lose everything in a card game, lie to his parents about it, and nearly destroy, through sheer self-sabotage, the opportunity that those same parents had arranged at considerable sacrifice. Both of these things were entirely real, and both of them were going to come along for everything that happened next. The story of Nikola Tesla is not, at its core, a story about a simple genius triumphing through pure intellectual force. It's more interesting than that. It's the story of a person of extraordinary gifts and genuine complexity, navigating a world that had very limited capacity to understand either quality, usually at the same time, and building something that outlasted all of it: the struggle, the failure, the loneliness, the brilliance, and every moment of crackling static electricity in between. The question was still open. The commutator was still sparking, and somewhere ahead, in a park in Budapest on an ordinary February afternoon, the answer was going to arrive. We left Nikola Tesla exiting the Polytechnic Institute in Graz without a degree, carrying a secret he was determined to keep, and a question about alternating current motors that he was equally determined to answer. These two things, the secret and the question, would define the next several years of his life in ways he couldn't have fully anticipated, and in ways that, even in retrospect, make for uncomfortable reading alongside the heroic narrative the world eventually constructed around him. The secret, to review it briefly: he had gambled away his study funds, lied to his family about the extent of his academic failure, and departed Graz under circumstances that bore very little resemblance to the triumphant scholarly trajectory his first year had suggested. He was 23 years old, which is an age when personal catastrophe feels permanent, and the gap between who you intended to be and who you currently are feels impossible to bridge. He had not been expelled, technically. He had simply stopped attending, stopped submitting work, stopped functioning as a student in any meaningful sense, and eventually left. The distinction is not as meaningful as it might sound. What came next was a period that Tesla's later memoirs address with the kind of studied vagueness that historians learn to read as deliberate omission. He spent time in Maribor, a town in what is now Slovenia, then part of Styria, working a minor engineering position, living quietly, and keeping his whereabouts sufficiently unclear that his family couldn't easily locate him. This is not, to be fair, the behaviour of a person at peace with their choices. He was hiding in the practical sense of being difficult to find, and also in the internal sense of someone who has not yet decided how to face the consequences of what they've done. His father, Milutin, eventually tracked him down. The confrontation, by all accounts, was not pleasant. Milutin Tesla was a man who had made a significant promise under emotional duress. That promise being that if Nikola recovered from cholera, he would be permitted to study engineering rather than theology, and he had kept that promise honourably. Arranged the enrolment at Graz, and watched what he believed was his son fulfilling the bargain. To discover that the bargain had been, from Nikola's side, a creative accounting exercise was painful. Milutin demanded that Nikola return home to Gospic. Nikola apparently agreed. He returned to Gospic in 1878. He was not enrolled anywhere. He had no degree. He had no professional credentials. He had, in terms of the visible markers of a young man making progress through the world, essentially nothing to show for the years he'd been away except a very thorough understanding of electrical physics and a gambling problem he was hoping everyone would stop asking about. The latter hope was only partially honoured. The period in Gospic was not long, but it was marked by the particular purgatorial quality of returning home under uncomfortable circumstances and waiting for something to change. His father pushed again, gently and then not so gently, toward the seminary. The clerical option had not been fully retired from Milutin's long-term planning. It had merely been postponed, and now that the engineering experiment had produced ambiguous results, it was available again as a fallback. Nikola resisted with the same quiet persistence that characterized his approach to most things he disagreed with. He didn't argue loudly, he simply didn't agree, and he kept not agreeing until eventually the conversation moved on. What actually saved him from this particular impasse was the intervention of his uncle, Paya Mandik, his mother's brother, who seems to have understood the situation with more clarity than most of the family and was willing to apply practical resources to it. Uncle Paya, along with other family members, pooled together the funds necessary to send Nikola to Prague. The idea was to give him a second chance at higher education at the Charles Ferdinand University, where at least the failure of Graz wouldn't be common knowledge. It was, in the vocabulary of family interventions, a reset button. Not glamorous, not narratively satisfying, but practical and generous. Tesla arrived in Prague in 1880. He studied philosophy, not because it was his passion, but because his inadequate Greek and failure to attend certain compulsory courses meant he couldn't enroll in the science programs he actually wanted. This is the kind of bureaucratic obstacle that feels almost comically specific to the 19th century, and yet it captures something true about how institutions have always related to people who don't fit their standard templates, with paperwork, prerequisites, and the cheerful indifference of systems that were not designed with exceptional edge cases in mind. Tesla sat through what the university offered and filed it under useful background rather than transformative education. He also, during this period, continued to work on the commutator problem in his head. He carried it the way some people carry a crossword puzzle they haven't quite cracked, returning to it in quiet moments, approaching it from different angles, trying new framings. He had no laboratory access, no experimental equipment, no colleagues to discuss it with in any sustained way. He had his visual imagination and his extraordinary mental endurance, both of which he was developing, somewhat accidentally, into precision instruments. Every time the problem didn't yield, he filed the failed approach and tried another. This is not a glamorous or dramatically satisfying account of a genius at work, but it is an accurate one. Most breakthroughs in science and engineering are preceded by long periods of sustained failure that look, from the outside, remarkably similar to thinking while sitting quietly somewhere. By the end of 1880, something shifted. An opportunity arose through family connections to go to Budapest, specifically to work for a company that was establishing Hungary's first telephone exchange. The company was linked to the operations of Tivadar Puskás, a Hungarian entrepreneur who'd been collaborating with Edison on telephone technology in Europe. This was, in the context of 1880, a meaningful thing. The telephone was new. The infrastructure for it was being built from scratch, and the people building it were working at the absolute edge of what the technology could currently do. For someone with Tesla's specific combination of electrical knowledge and practical curiosity, this was as close to the frontier as you could get without being in Edison's laboratory in New Jersey. Tesla arrived in Budapest in early 1881. What followed was not immediately a triumphant entry into the world of professional electrical engineering. The telephone exchange was not yet operational. The preparations were still underway. Tesla found himself employed in a capacity that was considerably less stimulating than advertised, doing administrative and clerical work rather than anything involving the technology he had come to be near. This was, to deploy the understatement the situation deserves, not what he had envisioned, and then he got sick again. The nature of what happened to Tesla in Budapest in 1881 is one of the more genuinely interesting questions in his biography, not because it's mysterious, but because it sits at an uncomfortable intersection of physical illness, neurological, sensitivity, and what we would now recognize as a serious mental health crisis. He collapsed. Not briefly or mildly. He was incapacitated for an extended period, confined to his room, unable to function. His senses, which had always been unusually acute, became pathologically so. The ticking of a clock at the other end of a building felt to him like hammer blows. Ordinary street noise was physically painful. Light was intolerable. The vibration of footsteps on a floor registered as seismic events. He could feel the pulse of the earth beneath him, or at least that is how he described it. Modern readers with any familiarity with neurology will recognize elements of this. The sensory amplification, the physical prostration, the sense of heightened and uncontrollable perception. Whether it was a nervous breakdown in the clinical sense, a manifestation of the same sensory processing differences he'd exhibited since childhood, now reaching a crisis point under sustained stress, or something else entirely, is something that historians and medical commentators have argued about for decades without reaching consensus. What's clear is that it was real, that it was severe, and that it lasted long enough to constitute a genuine medical emergency by the standards of the time, when most nervous breakdowns were treated with the rigorous prescription of rest and fresh air, which was both the best and essentially the only therapeutic option available. He recovered eventually with the help of his friend Antal Szigeti. Szigeti deserves more attention than he typically receives in accounts of Tesla's life. He was a mechanic, a practical and unshowy man, and he seems to have understood instinctively that what Tesla needed during his recovery was not medical theory or well-meaning advice, but company and movement. He walked with him. Every day, as Tesla regained enough strength to leave his room, Szigeti went with him. The walks began short and became longer. They moved through Budapest's parks and streets in the particular companionable silence of two people who know each other well enough that conversation is optional. Szigeti didn't require Tesla to perform recovery. He just kept showing up, which is, when you think about it, one of the more valuable things a person can do for someone who is struggling. The telephone exchange was operational by this point, and Tesla was working in it properly, doing actual engineering work, troubleshooting problems in the equipment, improving its performance. He was good at this. More than good, he was exceptional in ways that were becoming obvious to his supervisors. He developed improvements to the equipment that went significantly beyond his job description. He identified issues with the central repeater station's design and proposed solutions that worked better than what was currently in place. He was once again functioning at a level that suggested the Graz collapse had been an interruption rather than a permanent new baseline. People who knew him at the telephone exchange later described him as brilliant and somewhat difficult to keep track of, both professionally and physically, because he moved between problems quickly and tended to have already solved something by the time anyone else had fully articulated the question. But even during the working days, during the hours he was troubleshooting equipment and impressing supervisors and beginning to rebuild the professional credibility that Graz had damaged, the commutator problem was still turning in his head. It had been turning for years. He had been approaching it from every angle he could find, and every angle had so far produced the same response, that the physics as currently understood said no, that Professor Puschel had been right, that an AC motor without a commutator was not achievable, that the alternating nature of the current was precisely the problem, and no amount of clever engineering could turn a fundamental physical limitation into a workable solution. He had not, however, actually stopped trying to find the angle that worked. He just hadn't found it yet. The afternoon of February 1882 arrived, as most afternoons do, without announcing its significance in advance. Tesla and Szigeti were in Városliget, the city park in Budapest, a pleasant public space of trees and paths and that particular late winter light that makes a city look cleaner than it actually is. Tesla was reciting Goethe from memory, Faust specifically, something he apparently did during walks the way other people might hum to themselves, because he had memorized substantial portions of it, and the rhythm suited walking. Szigeti was, presumably, listening with the patient tolerance of someone who had learned to accept that his friend was constitutionally incapable of a fully ordinary afternoon. Then it stopped. Tesla stopped walking. He stopped reciting. He stood still. Szigeti, noticing the sudden silence, may well have wondered if something was wrong. Something was wrong in the sense that an entirely ordinary afternoon had just been ambushed by an idea of such sudden and total clarity that everything else, the path, the winter light, the lines of Goethe, the physical act of walking, simply ceased to exist in Tesla's awareness. The image that arrived in his mind was this: two magnetic fields rotating out of phase with each other, generating a rotating magnetic field that could exert continuous torque on a rotor without requiring any mechanical switching between them. No commutator, no brushes, no sparking, no wear, no conversion from alternating to direct current. The motor would run on alternating current directly, using the rotation of the field itself to produce rotation in the conductor, and it would work because the field didn't need to switch, it needed to rotate, and the alternating currents properly, arranged and timed, could produce that rotation automatically. The principle is called the rotating magnetic field. If you're not an electrical engineer and that description produced something between mild confusion and polite blankness, here is the short version. Imagine you're pushing a merry-go-round. If you push from one fixed point, you get bursts of force separated by gaps, and you need some mechanism to keep the thing spinning through those gaps. That's the commutator's job. It's the mechanism that handles the gaps. Now imagine instead that you have multiple people positioned around the merry-go-round, each pushing at slightly different moments in a coordinated sequence, so that there's always someone applying force, the pushing is continuous, and the thing spins smoothly without gaps, and without needing any additional mechanism to handle them. That's the rotating magnetic field. The continuous push replaces the commutator, which means the commutator and all its maintenance problems, all its sparking, all its mechanical wear, becomes unnecessary. Tesla didn't just see the principle in the park that afternoon, he saw the complete machine. That is the part of this moment that's genuinely difficult to convey without sounding like an exaggeration. But Tesla's own account is specific about it. He didn't see a partial solution requiring further development. He saw the whole thing, the geometry of the stator windings, the relationship between the phases, the way the rotor would respond to the rotating field, the proportions required to make it work efficiently. He saw it the way an architect sees a completed building rather than a list of structural problems. The years of sustained, circling, apparently fruitless mental effort had been building something that he couldn't see until it was finished, and on that February afternoon in Budapest, it finished. He grabbed a stick, or picked up something that could mark the ground, the accounts vary slightly on the specifics, and drew in the sand of the park path. He sketched the diagram of the motor as it existed in his head, the layout of the windings, the configuration of the poles, the relationship between the phases. Szigeti looked at what was being drawn, and apparently understood enough of what he was seeing to recognize that something significant was happening, which speaks well of Szigeti's comprehension, and also suggests that Tesla's explanation of the idea, delivered in real time in a Budapest park while drawing in the sand, was probably among the more interesting engineering briefings Szigeti ever received. The design in the sand was, with only refinements and not fundamental changes, the design that Tesla would later patent, that Westinghouse would manufacture, and that would eventually be running the power stations supplying electrical current to most of the developed world. The induction motor, sometimes called the AC induction motor, sometimes the asynchronous motor, depending on who is doing the naming, was born in a Budapest park in the winter of 1882, sketched in dirt by a man who had been reciting Goethe 10 minutes earlier. History again is not subtle about its symbolism. It's worth staying with the technical significance for a moment, because it's easy to describe the induction motor as important, without conveying exactly why it was so important at that particular historical moment. The problem with the commutator was not merely that it caused sparks and required maintenance, though both of those things were real and irritating. The deeper problem was that it constrained the entire architecture of electrical power systems. Because direct current motors required commutators, and because commutators imposed certain physical limitations on how motors could be designed and operated, the entire DC-based electrical infrastructure that existed in the 1880s was built around these constraints. Edison's system, which was the dominant system, was a DC system, and its limitations were the limitations of direct current technology. Power could only be transmitted efficiently over short distances. Generating stations needed to be located close to the places that needed power. The system that Edison had built, which was real and working and providing electricity to parts of New York City, could not by its nature be extended to cover a state, a region, or a country. It was, as a model for national electrification, fundamentally bounded. Alternating current didn't have this problem. A C could be transformed, stepped up to high voltage for long-distance transmission, and then stepped back down to usable levels at the destination, using a device called a transformer, which required no moving parts and worked with AC and only with a C. DC could not be transformed this way. This meant that an AC-based power system could, in principle, generate electricity at one location and deliver it cleanly and efficiently to a location hundreds of kilometers away, using a high-voltage transmission line and a transformer at each end. A single generating station could serve an entire region. The decentralization problem, the need to put a power plant every mile or two in a DC system, simply disappeared. But for alternating current to be useful in an AC power system, you needed AC motors, and before Tesla's afternoon in the park, there were no practical AC motors. The machines that existed required commutators, and commutators required direct current, and the whole thing circled back to square one. Tesla's induction motor broke the circle. It was a motor that ran on alternating current, produced smooth continuous rotation without any mechanical switching, and could be scaled up or down without fundamental design changes. It was, without overstatement, the missing piece. The piece that made AC power systems viable for industrial and domestic use. The piece that made it possible to imagine electrifying not just a neighborhood but a continent. He sat with this knowledge through the winter and into the spring and summer of 1882, refining it mentally, working through variations, testing different configurations in his imagination with the precision that his unusual visual intelligence allowed. He was still working at the telephone exchange. He was still walking in the parks with Szigeti. He was externally a young engineer doing his job in Budapest. Internally, he was in possession of something he understood to be genuinely extraordinary, and he was beginning to think seriously about where, specifically, it needed to go. The answer that presented itself was France. Specifically, Paris, where the Continental Edison Company was operating, where serious electrical engineering work was being done at a genuinely advanced level, and where a young man with a working design for an AC induction motor might, with sufficient luck and the right introductions, find people capable of understanding what he had. He arrived in Paris in 1882 and joined the Continental Edison Company, which was exactly what it sounds like, an arm of Edison's electrical operations doing work in Europe. The irony of this, that the man who had just designed the technology that would eventually defeat Edison's entire system was now working for an Edison company, is the kind of thing that, in a dramatized version of this story, a screenwriter would be asked to tone down. But there it is. Tesla walked into the Edison organization carrying the blueprints for its obsolescence in his head and got to work. The Paris posting was a genuine education, and not primarily in the ways Tesla had expected. He had come to Paris hoping to find an audience for the induction motor. What he found, initially, was a great deal of practical engineering work that needed doing, and an employer who valued competent hands over theoretical innovations. The Continental Edison Company had plants, generators, and wiring systems that required maintenance, troubleshooting, and improvement, and Tesla was very good at all three. His ability to diagnose problems quickly, to walk into a malfunctioning installation, observe what was happening, and identify the source of the issue without extensive diagnostic procedures, made him valuable almost immediately. He was sent to fix things that other engineers hadn't been able to fix, and he fixed them, and the company noticed. He also noticed things about the Edison DC system that confirmed what he had suspected since Graz. It was, despite being the best available technology and genuinely impressive for its time, operating near the ceiling of what its fundamental design allowed. The distribution losses were significant. The stations were cramped and noisy and required constant attention. The economics of the system meant that only dense urban areas could be served profitably, which left vast stretches of territory outside the reach of electrical power for reasons that had nothing to do with technical possibility and everything to do with the specific limitations of DC distribution. Tesla could see these limitations clearly because he knew what the alternative looked like. He had drawn it in a Budapest park. He tried, in Paris, to interest his supervisors and colleagues in the induction motor concept. The attempts were not successful, which is one of the more accurate statements that can be made about this period, without descending into understatement so profound it becomes misleading. He was working for an Edison company. Edison's entire commercial interest lay in DC technology. Proposing that the future of electrical power was actually alternating current to the people, whose livelihoods depended on direct current, was, tactically speaking, an approach that required either extraordinary persuasive gifts or extraordinary naivety, and Tesla appears to have had more of the latter than the former in this particular situation. He was not disheartened exactly, he was impatient. These are different things, though they can produce similar-looking behaviour. The motor existed in his mind with a completeness and clarity that made the delays feel arbitrary rather than necessary. He knew it worked. He could run it in his imagination with perfect fidelity to what he was confident the physical version would do. The time between the idea and its practical realization was not, for him, a period of uncertainty. It was a period of waiting for the world to catch up to something he had already seen. This is a particular kind of torment that perhaps only visually gifted inventors understand fully, and it does not make for a comfortable mental state. In 1883 he was transferred to Strasbourg to manage the installation and repair of a lighting system at the main railway station. The installation had problems. A short circuit during the inauguration ceremony had caused an embarrassing public failure, and Tesla was sent to fix it, which he did with the efficiency that had become his professional signature. He also, in Strasbourg, built for the first time a physical prototype of the induction motor, not from Westinghouse-grade materials or in a proper laboratory, informally from parts he assembled in his free time, in the evenings, in borrowed space. It was a crude version of what the design intended, but it worked. The motor ran. The rotating magnetic field produced rotation in the rotor without any commutator, exactly as the sand diagram in Budapest had predicted. He showed it to a few people in Strasbourg, local officials, acquaintances, anyone who seemed even remotely likely to be interested in backing the development of new electrical technology. None of them were interested. Or more precisely, they looked at the spinning motor, nodded politely, and found reasons why the moment wasn't quite right for investment in unproven technology by an unknown young engineer with an accent and no institutional backing. This is, to give history its credit, entirely rational behaviour from the investor's point of view. It is also, from the inventor's point of view, one of the most infuriating experiences available to a human being. He returned to Paris with the failed Strasbourg pitch and the successful Strasbourg prototype, and an increasing conviction that Europe was not going to be the place where this idea got its proper hearing. The people at Continental Edison, who had the power to make decisions about technological direction, were not interested in technology that competed with their existing business. The independent investors he'd approached lacked either the technical understanding or the risk appetite to back something so unfamiliar. He was stuck in a structure that was, by its nature, unlikely to give his idea a fair evaluation. It was around this time that a manager at the Continental Edison Company named Charles Batchelor, who had worked closely with Edison himself and knew him well, made a decision that would reshape the trajectory of electrical history, though he probably didn't frame it to himself in quite those terms. He recommended Tesla for a position in Edison's direct employ in the United States. The letter of introduction he wrote, which has become famous, reportedly described Tesla in terms that placed him alongside Edison as one of the genuinely exceptional minds Batchelor had encountered. Whether the letter said precisely that or whether the exact wording has been polished by repeated retelling is somewhat uncertain. What is clear is that it was a strong recommendation from a trusted source to someone who could actually use what Tesla had. Tesla sailed for America in 1884. He was 28 years old, had never been to the United States, and arrived with essentially no money, having been robbed somewhere along the journey, or having lost the money through some combination of mismanagement and bad luck, depending on which version of the arrival story you find most credible. He had a letter of introduction to Thomas Edison, a head full of designs that nobody in Europe had been willing to fund, and a problem that had been gestating in his mind for 6 years, waiting to be released into the world. He also had, though this wasn't yet obvious to anyone watching from the outside, a certain uncomfortable gift for choosing the wrong institutions to put his faith in. Graz had been the first, Paris had been the second. New York was going to be the third, though the scale of what would be lost this time was going to be considerably larger than a university diploma or a Strasbourg investment pitch. The world was getting bigger, the stakes were getting higher, and the man who had drawn a motor in a Budapest park was about to meet someone who was going to teach him, not gently, exactly what kind of world he had arrived in. It's worth pausing here before the ship leaves the harbour, so to speak, to consider what Tesla had actually accomplished by this point. Not in the triumphant retrospective sense that history tends to apply to people who eventually succeed, but in the more grounded sense of what a neutral observer in 1884 would have been able to verify. He had left 2 educational institutions without completing his studies. He had burned through family funds in ways that required creative explanation. He had spent 2 years in Paris at a company owned by the man whose technology he was quietly preparing to make obsolete. He had built a prototype motor in borrowed space in Strasbourg that spun correctly and impressed nobody. He had 1 letter of introduction and enough money for, roughly, lunch. Against this, he had something that does not appear on any conventional balance sheet: a complete working design for a technology that would eventually power the industrial world. Not a sketch, not a rough idea, not a promising direction. A working design, tested in his imagination with the rigour he applied to all his mental experiments, physically validated in Strasbourg, internally certain in a way that nothing in his life had yet managed to shake. He knew what he had. He knew what it could do. He knew why the commutator-based world was a stopgap and not a destination. He was, in this specific and narrow sense, the most knowledgeable person on Earth about a problem that the rest of the world hadn't fully recognized as a problem yet. This is a particular kind of position that recurs throughout the history of science and technology. The person who is correct, who knows they are correct, and who has to navigate a world that hasn't caught up. It requires a specific psychological profile, enough confidence to maintain the position against resistance, enough flexibility to keep finding new ways to present it, enough patience to wait for circumstances to change while not waiting so long that the opportunity passes entirely. Tesla had the confidence, sometimes to a fault. The flexibility and the patience were things he was still learning to manage, with varying degrees of success. The Paris years also taught him something he hadn't fully understood before. that the right idea in the wrong institutional context is effectively invisible. The Continental Edison Company was not incapable of recognizing good electrical engineering. Tesla's practical work there was recognized, valued, and rewarded with more complex assignments. But the organizational logic of a company built around a specific technology cannot easily evaluate innovations that threaten that technology's primacy. The people who ran Continental Edison were not stupid or malicious. They were rationally optimizing for what their business required, and their business required DC to remain viable. An AC motor was, from their perspective, not an opportunity. It was a threat. And threats are rarely given enthusiastic internal sponsorship, which is a principle that has remained remarkably consistent across business history, from the 1880s to the present day. This was a lesson Tesla absorbed intellectually, but not, perhaps, emotionally. He would spend much of his remaining career placing faith in institutions and patrons who had structural reasons not to give his ideas their fullest possible support, and being surprised each time when the support proved to have limits. The pattern that began in Graz and continued through Paris would repeat, at larger scales and with larger consequences, in New York and eventually at Wardenclyffe. But the ability to anticipate that pattern and design around it was not, for whatever combination of reasons, part of Tesla's toolkit. What was part of his toolkit was an inexhaustible willingness to begin again. Every time an institution failed him, he found another route. Every time an investor declined, he located a different audience. Every time the commutator problem had sent him back to the beginning during the years of mental effort, he had found a new angle and tried it. This stubbornness, not the dramatic confrontational kind, but the quiet, persistent kind that simply refuses to accept a closed door as a final verdict, was perhaps the most practically useful thing about him, because without it, the rotating magnetic field stays in a Budapest park as a very elegant sand drawing, and the history of electrical power takes a considerably longer route to the same destination. The ship to America was the next beginning. The letter in his pocket, the design in his head, and ahead of him, a meeting with the most famous inventor in the world, in a country that had decided somewhere along the line that it was the natural home of the future. It was a reasonable theory. It was about to get tested. The commutator was gone from the motor's design. The motor itself was the most significant invention in electrical engineering since the dynamo. And the man carrying it across the Atlantic had no idea that the next chapter of his life was going to be one of the most consequential and complicated professional relationships in the history of technology. But all of that is what comes next. Tesla arrived in New York in June of 1884 with the approximate financial resources of a man who had recently been robbed and the approximate confidence of a man who had not. The robbery, or the loss, or whatever precisely happened to the funds he'd had when he boarded the ship in France, the exact story shifted slightly depending on when he was telling it, had left him with 4 cents in his pocket, a letter of introduction, and a set of clothes that had survived the Atlantic crossing with varying degrees of dignity. He had also, as previously noted, a complete working design for the induction motor in his head, which was worth considerably more than 4 cents, but could not be easily exchanged for breakfast. New York in 1884 was not the gentle, welcoming city of popular imagination. It was loud, aggressive, dense, and operating at a pace that would have disoriented someone who had grown up in a quiet village in rural Croatia, even under the best circumstances. For someone arriving jet-lagged in the 19th century sense, which meant approximately 3 weeks of boat travel rather than 6 hours of flying, but still involved the particular cognitive fog of having moved very far very fast, the sensory. Environment was something to manage rather than enjoy. Tesla, whose relationship with sensory overload had been complicated since childhood, found it overwhelming in ways he later described with the controlled precision of someone who had processed the experience thoroughly and at considerable distance. The letter from Batchelor got him in the door. The door in question belonged to Thomas Edison, who was at this point probably the most famous living person in the United States and possibly the world, which is a statement that requires a moment's consideration given that it is not the kind of claim that can typically be made about someone whose primary work involves electrical engineering. Edison had achieved fame of a scope that belongs in our era to a very small category of cultural figures, the kind of recognition that means ordinary people who have never thought about alternating current dynamos and never intend to know who you are and have opinions about you. He had invented the phonograph, which allowed recorded sound playback for the first time in human history. He had developed a practical incandescent light bulb, which had been the subject of enormous public interest and more enormous press coverage. He had built in Lower Manhattan the world's first commercial electrical power station, Pearl Street Station, which had gone operational in 1882 and was supplying electricity to a small but symbolically significant section of the city. He was to the general public the man who had brought light out of electricity, and the public was not wrong about this, even if the fuller picture was more complicated. Edison was also, in person, quite different from the mythological figure his press coverage was constructing in real time. He was not a drawing room intellectual. He was a factory man, blunt, practical, tireless, deeply skeptical of theory that hadn't been hammered into a working prototype, and operating on a work schedule that modern employment law would regard with some alarm. He famously slept in his clothes on a cot in his laboratory. He ate when someone remembered to bring food. He held the opinion, expressed frequently and without apology, that genius was mostly persistence and sweat rather than inspiration, and he ran his laboratories on that principle. The Menlo Park operation, and by 1884 the larger facilities in Manhattan, functioned more like workshops than research institutions. Things were built, tested, broken, rebuilt, tested differently, broken again, and eventually either worked or were abandoned. The pace was relentless, and the attrition among staff was correspondingly high. Tesla walked into this environment carrying Bachelor's letter, and Edison read it. The letter's exact wording has been quoted and paraphrased in enough slightly different versions over the years that the original phrasing is somewhat uncertain, but the gist has been consistent across accounts. It described Tesla as one of the most remarkable men Bachelor had encountered, placed him in a category alongside Edison himself, and urged Edison to make good use of him. This was a strong recommendation from someone whose judgment Edison trusted. It got Tesla hired. What Tesla stepped into when he began working for Edison's organization in New York was the practical reality of the DC electrical system that he had been observing with increasing critical attention since his time with the Continental Edison Company in Paris. The Pearl Street system, and the several other generating stations that had been built or were under construction, was genuinely impressive by the standards of anything that had existed before it. That is the most accurate framing, impressive by comparison to nothing, which was what had existed previously. Absolute lighting for urban areas had been gas or kerosene, both of which required management, produced heat and odour, and carried fire risk that made certain applications impractical. Electric light from a central generating station, delivered through wires to buildings, was cleaner, safer, and in many practical respects more convenient. The people living and working in the electrified districts of Lower Manhattan were experiencing something genuinely new, and they mostly found it preferable to what had come before. Tesla, watching it operate, saw the new thing and also saw its ceiling, and the ceiling was frustratingly low. The generating stations had to be placed within a mile or two of the areas they served, because direct current lost voltage rapidly over longer wires and became unusable past a relatively short distance. The wires carrying the current had to be thick, because thicker wire reduced the resistance that caused the voltage drop, which meant the distribution network was expensive, heavy, and physically demanding to install and maintain. The light bulbs running on the system operated at voltages that produced decent light, but were nowhere near as bright or efficient as what higher voltages could have achieved. But higher voltages on a DC system that people were going to encounter directly were considerably more dangerous, which constrained the design in ways that had no elegant solution. The machines in the generating stations ran on steam engines burning coal, which produced mechanical rotation that was converted to electrical current by the generators, which were DC generators, which had commutators, which sparked and wore and required regular maintenance in ways that accumulated into significant operational cost. Every single technical constraint that Tesla had been cataloguing since Professor Poschel's demonstration in Graz was visible, in working, commercial, scaled-up form, right here in Lower Manhattan. He was, in a sense, standing inside the problem he had solved in Budapest. He did not initially broadcast this observation to his employer. He was new, he had no capital and no independent standing, and he was not yet in a position to press the case for his own technology within an organization that had very substantial commercial reasons to prefer its existing technology. He was also, and this matters, genuinely impressed by what Edison had built. The theoretical preference for AC that Tesla carried in his head coexisted with a real appreciation for what DC systems had actually accomplished, which was to make electrical power commercially viable for the first time. Edison had done this. He had done it through a combination of engineering capability, commercial instinct, and organizational drive that Tesla respected, even when he disagreed with the technical direction. Whatever the eventual divergence, the starting point was not contempt. It was something more complicated, the particular dynamic that develops between a newcomer who can see beyond the current state of the art and a master who built it, each of them understanding something the other doesn't, neither of them entirely. Comfortable with that arrangement. What Tesla was assigned to do in those first months was fix things. Edison's operation had a recurring problem: installations and machines that weren't working at their rated performance, or weren't working at all, and that the existing engineering staff hadn't been able to fully diagnose. Tesla was given these problems with the implicit understanding that if he was as capable as the letter suggested, he would produce results, and if he wasn't, the letter would be quietly filed and the experience chalked up to bachelor's optimism. Tesla produced results. He diagnosed problems in electrical equipment that others had missed. He improved the performance of machines that others had considered already optimized. He worked the same kind of hours Edison worked, which is to say, hours that would have scandalized an employment attorney, and he did it because he genuinely found the work interesting rather than because he was afraid of the consequences of stopping. Edison noticed. Edison was many things, but inattentive to talent was not one of them. He began assigning Tesla progressively more demanding work, and Tesla progressively delivered on it. There was, during this early period, something that could be called a working respect between them. Not warmth exactly, not the comfortable camaraderie of people who are fundamentally similar, but the functional mutual recognition of two people who can each see that the other is operating at an unusual level. Edison was gruff, direct, sometimes dismissive of ideas he hadn't had time to evaluate fully, and given to testing people through overwork in ways that were probably not deliberate but were certainly consistent. Tesla was precise, somewhat formal, operating in a second language in a new country, and carrying a vision of electrical technology's future that was fundamentally incompatible with his employers, though neither of them had fully articulated this. Incompatibility out loud yet. The moment that is most often cited as the pivot point in their relationship, and the most contested point in the Tesla-Edison story, partly because Tesla told it one way and the people around Edison told it another way, is what Tesla later described as a specific, explicit agreement over the complete redesign of Edison's DC dynamos. According to Tesla, Edison presented him with the project, acknowledged its difficulty, and offered him $50,000 if he completed it successfully. Tesla worked on the redesign for several months, produced results that improved the dynamo's performance substantially, and then presented the completed work and asked for the $50,000. Edison's response, according to Tesla, was that Tesla didn't understand American humor, that the $50,000 had been a joke, not a real offer, and that Tesla's actual reward would be a raise of $10 a week, which would have brought his weekly wage to approximately $18. From Edison's side, or at least from the accounts of people loyal to Edison, the story either didn't happen this way or didn't happen in any formal sense at all, that there was no explicit offer, that Tesla misunderstood something that was intended. As an encouraging remark rather than a binding commitment, that the whole episode was a product of cultural and linguistic miscommunication between a direct American pragmatist and a more formally European young engineer who interpreted casual statements as contractual ones. Both versions, as accounts go, contain enough internal logic to be individually plausible and enough external inconsistency to prevent confident conclusion drawing from this distance. What is not disputed is the outcome. Tesla resigned. He did so without another position lined up, without substantial savings, and without a clear immediate plan. He resigned because the gap between what he believed had been offered and what was delivered was, in his assessment, irreconcilable, and because staying in an organization whose values and direction he had been finding increasingly misaligned with. His own was no longer something he was willing to do simply for the security of a paycheck. This was not objectively the most strategically sound decision available to him. It was, however, the decision he made, and it tells you something about the way he was constituted that the decision was made quickly and without apparent prolonged anguish. Some people stay in bad situations because leaving feels too uncertain. Tesla apparently was not that kind of person. He was now in New York, alone, with no employer, no laboratory, no capital, and, in a development that could generously be described as character building, no immediate alternatives. He spent a period doing manual labour. Ditch digging specifically. There are accounts of Tesla working for a labour contractor doing physical construction work in Manhattan, which is the kind of biographical detail that tends to get quietly elided from the heroic version of the inventors' story, but is in fact pretty important for understanding the full dimensions of what he went through. The man who had designed the induction motor in a Budapest park was digging ditches in New York because that was what was available, and because the alternative was not eating, and because the induction motor, however real and complete in his mind, had not yet found anyone willing to translate it into money. This period was brief, relative to the scale of the obstacles it represented. Through introductions and the social network that forms among engineers and technical people in any sufficiently active industrial city, Tesla began to find more appropriate opportunities. He was introduced to a group of investors who were interested in a potentially profitable invention, an improved arc lamp for street lighting. Arc lights were the commercial precursor to incandescent lighting in outdoor and industrial applications, brighter than Edison's incandescent system, though harsher and more difficult to use in residential settings. They were, in 1885, still a significant commercial market, and Tesla had ideas about how to improve them. The investors formed a company. Tesla was given laboratory facilities and the working title of company engineer. He produced the improved arc lamp. The investors then made a decision that demonstrated a consistently underestimated talent among 19th century technology investors. They took the improved arc lamp, obtained the patents, thanked Tesla for his work, and restructured the company, in a way that left Tesla without any equity in the thing he'd just built. Not exactly the outcome you'd pitch to someone before they start working, and not a scenario that reflects particularly well on the investors, who presumably had other business activities to attend to after this, and hoped Tesla would be too busy. Being confused to pursue legal remedies, Tesla found himself once again without a laboratory, without capital, and without the results of his work. He had the induction motor design, still firmly installed in his memory, still waiting. He had, at this point, been trying to get someone to fund its development for approximately 3 years, across 2 continents and several employers, and at least one rug pull from investors who had the imagination to recognize a useful arc lamp, but not an AC power system. The patience this required was extraordinary, and the sources of that patience are worth considering. Part of it was the certainty. Tesla's visual imagination had run the induction motor thousands of times. He knew it worked. The Strasbourg prototype had confirmed it physically. He was not sustaining faith in an unproven hypothesis. He was sustaining patience with a world that hadn't caught up to a proven solution. This is easier, psychologically, than it might appear from the outside, though it requires a specific kind of internal confidence that doesn't depend on external validation. Tesla had this in abundance and sometimes in excess. Part of it was the scale of what he was holding. The induction motor was not a better arc lamp or an improved telegraph relay or a slightly more efficient DC dynamo. It was the piece that made an entirely different kind of power system possible. A system that could deliver electricity anywhere, at any scale, to any application, using infrastructure that was cheaper to build and easier to operate than what currently existed. He understood this completely. The size of the idea was paradoxically sustaining. It was too large to abandon. It required someone to implement it, and if no one else was positioned to do it, then by default it required him. The turn, when it came through another introduction, to a lawyer named Charles Peck and a businessman named Alfred Brown, who had been involved in the telegraph industry and understood, better than most of the people Tesla had pitched to, the relationship between electrical infrastructure and commercial scale. They met with Tesla, they listened. Peck and Brown were not electrical engineers, but they were experienced enough with technology businesses to evaluate what Tesla was telling them, not purely on the technical merits, but on the commercial logic. If AC motors worked as described, the implications for the power industry were enormous, and the person who owned the patents would be in a remarkably favourable position when the industry moved in that direction. They agreed to fund the development. In 1887, Tesla finally had a laboratory in Lower Manhattan, a proper one, equipped with the instruments and materials required to build and test electrical machinery. He was 31 years old, and this was the first time in his professional life that he had worked in a space that was fully his own and fully equipped for the work he intended to do. The emotional weight of this moment, for a man who had been carrying the induction motor design for 5 years, while digging ditches and having his inventions appropriated by investors and resigning from organizations that wasted his time, is worth spending a sentence or two with. It was not just relief. It was the beginning of the period where the idea stopped being private and started becoming real in the public sense of the word, the sense that involves patents, physical machines, and the attention of the wider engineering world. He moved quickly. Within the year, he had filed 7 patents covering the polyphase AC system, the induction motor, the generators designed to produce polyphase alternating current, the transformers, and the transmission systems that would carry it. The patents were thorough, precisely specified, and covered not just the devices themselves but the underlying principles in ways that made working around them without infringing them essentially impossible. This was, in part, the result of Peck and Brown's legal expertise being applied to the patent strategy, and it mattered enormously in what followed. In May of 1888, Tesla presented the AC induction motor and the polyphase system publicly, in a lecture to the American Institute of Electrical Engineers. The lecture was a technical presentation of the first order, clear, rigorous, complete, and delivered with the particular authority of someone who's been thinking about nothing else for 6 years and has the patents to prove it. The engineering community, which is not easily impressed and has a high tolerance for overpromising and under-delivering, was, by most accounts, genuinely impressed. This was not a theoretical proposal. It was a working system, demonstrated physically, with patents filed, and with implications for power distribution that any competent electrical engineer could immediately calculate. The room understood what it was seeing. Several people left that lecture and began making telephone calls. One of the calls reached a man named George Westinghouse, who was running a company called the Westinghouse Electric Company in Pittsburgh, and who had been watching the development of AC technology with considerable interest because he had already made a significant investment in it through work on AC transformers and distribution systems. Westinghouse understood power infrastructure at a commercial scale. He understood that Edison's DC system had a ceiling, and he understood that whoever held the technology that could break through that ceiling would be positioned for an enormous commercial advantage. He understood, after the AIEE lecture, that Tesla had that technology. He moved quickly. The meeting between Tesla and Westinghouse in Pittsburgh produced an agreement that was, for Tesla, the most significant commercial arrangement of his career up to that point. $1 million up front, partly in cash, partly in stock, and a royalty of $2.50 per horsepower of electrical capacity sold using his patents. The royalty arrangement, in particular, was structured in a way that would have made Tesla extraordinarily wealthy as AC power deployment scaled up across the country. He walked out of Pittsburgh with his invention finally capitalized, his patents finally licensed to someone with the manufacturing capacity to build them at scale, and a commercial partner whose interests and his own were, at last, genuinely aligned. Edison learned about the Westinghouse deal. The response was not one of congratulation or resigned acceptance that a better technology had found appropriate backing. The response was, by any reasonable accounting, a campaign, and calling it a campaign is, if anything, understating the deliberateness with which it was organized and prosecuted. This requires some sympathy for Edison's position, not because the campaign was admirable, but because his motivations were not simply wounded ego or personal malice, though both of those things were probably present in some proportion. Edison had spent years and enormous capital building a DC electrical infrastructure. Pearl Street Station and its successors represented not just technical work but financial investment, commercial relationships, political capital, and a business model that was generating actual revenue. The suggestion that this entire infrastructure should be replaced by a different technology was not an abstract technical debate. It was a direct threat to the commercial value of everything he had built and was continuing to build. From his perspective, the incoming AC advocacy was a competitive attack dressed as a technical argument, and he responded to it as a competitive attack. What Edison did, beginning in 1888 and continuing for several years, was mount a public relations effort designed to establish, in the public mind, that alternating current was too dangerous for domestic use. The instrument of this effort was electricity itself, deployed in the most graphic way available, the public electrocution of animals. Dogs were obtained and killed by AC current in demonstrations that were conducted before journalists and interested observers. The sessions were presented as scientific demonstrations of AC's lethal nature, which was not technically false. AC at certain voltages will kill a dog, exactly as DC at comparable voltages will kill a dog, a fact that the demonstrations were carefully structured to avoid making too obvious. The largest of these demonstrations, in January of 1903, involved an elephant named Topsy, who had been slated for execution by her owners at Coney Island for unrelated reasons and whose death was filmed and distributed, making it one of the more unusual episodes in the history of electrical engineering, and also, viewed from a distance, one of the clearer examples of what happens when commercial interest, public relations strategy, and the question of how to dispose of a problem elephant all converge at the same moment. Edison's team also worked to ensure that if a state was going to electrocute condemned criminals, which New York was preparing to do, it would use AC rather than DC for the execution. The logic here was elegant in its malice. If AC power becomes associated in the public mind with the state's chosen method of killing people, its domestic adoption becomes considerably more difficult. The effort to get AC selected for the electric chair was successful. Harold Brown, a self-described electrical engineer who appears to have been doing work that aligned suspiciously closely with Edison's interests, was the public face of much of this advocacy, though the degree to which Edison was directly funding and directing it rather than merely not discouraging it has been debated by historians ever since. What this amounted to, stripped of its period details, was a marketing war conducted largely through fear. The technical merits of AC versus DC were not really the argument being had in public. The argument being had in public was about safety, danger, death, and the state's use of electricity to execute criminals, all framed in ways designed to make the average person's reaction to the word alternating something closer to alarm than interest. It was, as a public communication strategy, reasonably sophisticated for 1888, and would be perfectly recognizable to anyone who follows technology debates today, where new things are routinely evaluated at least partly through their most alarming possible failure modes rather than their realistic performance profiles. Tesla, watching this unfold from his position as the person whose technology was being characterized as a municipal execution device, responded in ways that were technically effective but publicly less visible. He gave demonstrations of his own. He stood in his laboratory and passed high-frequency alternating current through his own body, producing spectacular visible effects, sparks, glowing tubes, illuminated bulbs powered by conduction through human tissue, that demonstrated that AC at the right frequency and configuration was not only safe but controllable in ways that opened entirely new possibilities. These demonstrations were genuine and genuinely impressive, and they influenced the engineering community's understanding of what AC could and couldn't do. They were somewhat less effective at reaching the general public, because standing in a laboratory sending electricity through yourself is not, as a PR event, quite as immediately visceral as the alternative. What was happening between Edison and Tesla, and between Edison and Westinghouse, was not primarily a technical debate. It was a confrontation between two fundamentally different visions of what electrical infrastructure should look like and who should control it. Edison's vision was centralized, proprietary, and built around the generating station as the commercial unit. You bought power from Edison, delivered on Edison's wires, to Edison-compatible equipment. Westinghouse and Tesla's vision was, in contrast, more distributable. Long-distance AC transmission meant that power generation didn't need to be located in the middle of the city, that a single large generating facility could serve an enormous geographic area, and that the economics of the system would favor whoever could build the most efficient generation and transmission infrastructure, rather than whoever had the most urban real estate for local stations. These were not equivalent models, and they were not compatible. One of them was going to organize the electrical industry for the next century, and both sides knew it. The thing about a war over ideas, even a war conducted partly through the public electrocution of animals, is that the outcome is ultimately determined not by the quality of the demonstrations, but by the quality of the technology and the scale of the deployment. Edison's campaign was loud, creative, and expensive. It was also, at its core, arguing against physics. Alternating current could be transformed and transmitted over long distances. Direct current could not. This was not a matter of opinion or public perception. It was a consequence of how electromagnetic induction worked, and it was going to assert itself regardless of how many dogs were sacrificed to the argument that AC was uniquely dangerous. By 1889, it was becoming increasingly clear to anyone paying careful attention to the actual numbers, the costs, the losses, the range limitations, the capital required to build out DC distribution in any given area, that the DC model had a fundamental economic problem that no amount of public relations activity could resolve. Edison himself, in private communications of the period, showed signs of recognizing this, though his public position remained as fixed as ever. The organizations around him were beginning to calculate whether the commitment to DC was a viable long-term position or an increasingly expensive loyalty to a technology that had already been surpassed. The collision between these two men and the technologies they represented was not clean or simple or resolved in a single dramatic moment. It was gradual, acrimonious, commercially contested, and occasionally genuinely petty in ways that make both principles look somewhat less heroic than the statues tend to suggest. But it was also, at its heart, a collision between a system that worked and a system that worked better, and in that particular contest, the outcome has a certain inevitability when you look back from far enough away. The details of how that outcome was reached, through Niagara Falls, through the World's Fair, through a financial crisis that reshaped the ownership of the entire electrical industry, belong to what comes next. But the shape of it was visible from 1888, in the Pittsburgh hotel room where Westinghouse and Tesla shook hands, and in the New York laboratory where someone who had started out digging ditches 4 years earlier was watching the most powerful. Inventor in America spends serious resources trying to stop something that the laws of physics had already decided. History is not always kind, and it is rarely fast, but it does tend eventually to be accurate. The previous chapter established the shape of the conflict. Westinghouse and Tesla on one side with a better technology, Edison on the other with the better established infrastructure, and a campaign underway to frighten the public away from alternating current before it could replace what Edison had built. Now let's look at how that campaign actually worked, because it is, even 130 years later, a genuinely instructive case study in how fear gets manufactured and deployed, and it is also, in places, darkly comic in the way that only history can be when it's trying to be terrifying and mostly just ends up being revealing. First, some context about the media environment of the late 1880s, because it matters. There was no radio, there was no television. There was certainly no internet, no social media, and no podcast where a slightly amused historian could explain the whole thing at 11 o'clock at night to people who can't sleep. There were newspapers, a great many newspapers, operating in a fiercely competitive market, with editorial standards that varied enormously, and a general appetite for stories that were dramatic, concrete, and accessible to a general audience. A story about electricity killing animals was exactly the kind of thing that 1888 newspapers were structurally designed to print, and readers were structurally designed to find alarming, which means that the campaign Edison's camp mounted was not operating in a vacuum. It was operating in a perfectly optimized environment for exactly the kind of fear it was trying to generate. Harold Brown was the public instrument of this effort. He was an electrical engineer of uncertain credentials and even more uncertain independence, and his appearance in the historical record in 1888 has the quality of a character who steps onto a stage right when a particular role needs filling. He published letters in newspapers arguing that alternating current was uniquely dangerous, that its frequency and wave properties made it more lethal than direct current at comparable voltages, and that allowing it to be used in domestic power distribution was irresponsible to the point of criminality. These letters generated responses from the engineering community, which was skeptical, and from the general public, which was not in a strong position to evaluate the technical claims and therefore defaulted reasonably enough to the precautionary instinct that if a professional is saying something is dangerous, perhaps one should take the warning seriously. Edison provided Brown with laboratory space at Menlo Park to conduct his experiments, a fact that is documented and that Brown was not exactly advertising at the time, given that his claimed role was that of an independent expert rather than an aligned advocate. The experiments involved applying measured doses of AC and DC current to dogs and other animals to compare their respective lethality. The results were then published and presented to the press in ways that emphasized the danger of AC without providing quite enough technical context for anyone to notice that the comparisons were being made at parameters specifically selected to make a C look worse. This is, in the charitable framing, sloppy science. In the less charitable framing, it is the 1880s version of a study funded by an interested party that happens to support the funder's position, which is a genre of scientific communication that has not become significantly rarer since. The newspaper coverage was predictably vivid. Reporters described the demonstrations with the enthusiasm that dramatic content attracts, regardless of its scientific validity. The visual spectacle of an animal dying from an electrical shock is arresting in a way that a careful discussion of transformer efficiency ratios simply is not, and the newspapers knew their business. Stories about the dangers of the killing current ran alongside stories about Edison's safe and established DC system in a pairing that was not accidental. The framing was consistent. AC was the dangerous new thing being pushed by commercial interests. DC was the proven, responsible, Edison-endorsed alternative. That the DC system also operated at lethal voltages under the right circumstances was information available to anyone who looked. But looking required effort, and the newspaper stories didn't encourage it. The political dimension of the campaign operated in parallel. The New York State Legislature was, in this period, deliberating on the method to be used for capital executions. The previous method, hanging, had been the subject of growing public discomfort, partly because of its reliability issues and partly because of a general cultural movement toward what was being called more humane execution methods, which is a concept that contains certain inherent tensions that people at the time were apparently managing to overlook. The idea that electrocution was more humane than hanging was not absurd on its face. The claim was that it would be faster and less physically dramatic than hanging's failures, but the technology for doing it was entirely untested, and the confidence with which its proponents advocated for it was, in retrospect, somewhat ahead of the available evidence. Brown lobbied actively for AC to be adopted as the execution method. His argument was simultaneously self-serving and superficially logical. If AC was as dangerous as he claimed, it was ideally suited to quick and reliable execution, and using it for that purpose would demonstrate its deadly character to the public in a way that reinforced his public safety arguments. He worked through intermediaries, a dentist named Alfred Southwick who was on the commission examining execution methods and who became an advocate for electrical execution, and through his own direct contacts with state officials. He was successful. New York passed the Electrical Execution Act in 1888. The new method was to be electrocution. The next step was to ensure that the electrocution equipment used AC rather than DC. This required actually obtaining AC generators, which Westinghouse, understanding exactly what was happening and being notably unenthusiastic about his company's technology, becoming the state of New York's preferred method of executing people, refused to sell to the state or to Brown. Brown obtained 3 Westinghouse generators anyway, through a purchase made through a South American intermediary that Westinghouse later discovered and was unhappy about, which is the kind of sentence you could write about a lot of different eras of competitive business practice and remain accurate. He had his generators. He had his execution chamber being prepared at Auburn Prison. The plan was proceeding. The first execution by electricity in American history took place on August 6, 1890. The condemned man was William Kemmler, a Buffalo laborer convicted of murdering his common-law wife with a hatchet. Not a sympathetic figure by any measure, which was presumably part of why he was selected as the first test case for an untested execution technology. The execution did not go smoothly. The first application of current left Kemmler unconscious but alive. There was a pause while the equipment recharged. The second application was longer and more intense. By the time it was over, reporters in attendance had material for stories that were, to put it carefully, not primarily about the humanitarian advantages of the new method. One eyewitness, who happened to be a doctor named Southwick, yes, the same dentist-turned-execution enthusiast who had helped bring this technology to New York in the first place, reportedly declared it a great success, a statement that may stand as one of the more impressively resilient examples of confirmation bias in the history of medical opinion. George Westinghouse, reading the reports, said that they could have done better with an axe. This was an accurate observation, possibly the clearest-eyed assessment anyone produced about the first electrocution, and also the kind of statement that is both perfectly correct and perfectly useless as a public relations response, which suggests that Westinghouse, for all his commercial acumen, was not primarily a communication strategist. The Edison campaign's goal, association in the public mind between AC power and state-sponsored death, was partially achieved. Newspapers did make the connection. Westinghouse entered in formal usage as a slang term for execution by electricity, which was exactly the brand association Westinghouse had been hoping to avoid when he tried to prevent the sale of his generators to Brown's operation. This was, from Edison's perspective, a successful outcome. It was also, from any objective technical perspective, completely irrelevant to the question of whether AC or DC was safer for domestic power distribution, because the voltage and current levels used in an execution are deliberately orders of magnitude higher than those delivered to a household lamp. But the public debate was not being conducted at the level of voltage calculations, so the distinction didn't land with quite the force that electrical engineers would have preferred. There was also the lobbying effort against AC-based wiring in buildings. Brown prepared and submitted a proposal to various municipalities and regulatory bodies suggesting voltage limits for interior electrical wiring that would, if adopted, have made AC power distribution economically non-viable while leaving DC systems largely unaffected. This was, as regulatory strategies go, fairly elegant. Rather than trying to ban AC directly, which would have been politically difficult and technically challengeable, the proposal simply advocated for safety standards that AC couldn't meet at the voltages required for efficient operation. Several jurisdictions considered the proposals. None of them adopted limits quite as restrictive as Brown had proposed, partly because the engineering community's response was vigorous and technically literate, but the effort consumed time, generated uncertainty, and complicated Westinghouse's commercial expansion in ways that were real, even if they weren't ultimately decisive. Tesla's own response to the campaign, beyond his laboratory demonstrations, included the spectacular high-frequency experiments that were becoming a signature of his public presentations during this period. He had discovered that alternating current at very high frequencies, much higher than the standard 60-cycle frequency used for power distribution, behaved in ways that were not only safe but genuinely remarkable. At high frequencies, current could flow along the surface of a conductor rather than through it, which meant that a person could become part of a high-frequency AC circuit without the current penetrating their body deeply enough to disrupt cardiac function. This is the phenomenon that allowed Tesla's signature demonstrations: fluorescent tubes that lit up when held in his hands, sparks that passed through his body without injury, his entire person apparently crackling with electrical energy while he stood calmly in evening clothes explaining what was happening. These demonstrations were, in terms of sheer spectacle, difficult to top. A man standing in an electrical field that would have killed someone under DC conditions, explaining in a measured tone why the physics meant he was in no danger, was both a compelling counter-argument to the fear campaign and excellent theatre. The audience response was typically some combination of astonishment and profound unease, which is not quite the same as reassurance, but was at least a demonstration that alternating current's relationship with human tissue was more complicated than deadly versus safe. Tesla gave these performances at lectures, at demonstrations for technical societies, and eventually in his famous appearances at the 1893 World's Fair, but that moment belongs to the next chapter. What's worth examining here is the underlying dynamic that the war of currents illustrates, because it's a dynamic that recurs whenever an established technology is facing displacement by a better one, and it has certain consistent features. Regardless of the era, the established player uses existing relationships, institutional access, and capital to shape the regulatory and public environment in ways that favour the status quo. The challenger has technical merit but lacks the network of relationships required to convert that merit into adoption quickly. The public, which would benefit from the better technology but is not in a position to independently evaluate the technical claims, makes decisions based on the information environment it finds itself in, which is, in this case, substantially shaped by the party with more resources and more to lose. This is not a unique feature of 1880s electrical engineering. It is a description of how technology transitions have tended to work across most of industrial history, and recognizing it in Edison and Tesla's confrontation is useful precisely because the distance makes the structure clear in ways that contemporary versions often don't. Edison was not a villain in this story, which is worth being explicit about even though his tactics were often ugly. He was a man who had built something real, invested enormously in it, and was watching a competitor with a technically superior approach move to displace it. His response was aggressive and sometimes unethical, but it was also rational in the narrow sense of a person acting to protect their investment. The animals who died in the demonstrations were, of course, completely uninvolved in any of this, and had not been consulted about their role in the proceedings, which was the most straightforwardly objectionable part of the campaign, and which Edison himself seemed mildly uncomfortable about in private while publicly supporting the operations. History is rarely populated by pure heroes and pure villains, and the War of Currents is no exception. It is populated by people making choices under pressure, some of which were admirable and some of which were not, in a situation where the stakes were large enough that the choices tended toward their less admirable end. Westinghouse, for his part, was navigating this environment with impressive steadiness. His company had the Westinghouse AC patents, the manufacturing capability, and a growing list of utility customers. The fear campaign was creating headwinds, but the economics of AC transmission were creating tailwinds that were, in the medium term, considerably stronger. Every time a Westinghouse installation provided reliable service over distances that an Edison system couldn't reach, it produced evidence that technical arguments could point to. Every time a municipality calculated the capital cost of building out Edison's DC network versus an AC alternative, the numbers said the same thing, and the numbers were accumulating. The financial dimension of the War of Currents was never far from the surface, and it became decisive in a way that the technical arguments alone couldn't quite manage. The American electrical industry in the early 1890s was in a condition of ferocious competition, significant duplication, and mounting pressure from the financial community to consolidate. J.P. Morgan, who had been a major investor in Edison's electrical operations since the early 1880s, his mansion at Gramercy Park had been one of the first private residences in New York to receive Edison's electric lighting in an installation that involved laying wires through the house and terrifying the horses in the stable with the generator noise, which is the kind of early adopter experience that builds either conviction or profound regret, was watching the competitive dynamics with the calculating attention of someone whose primary interest was return on capital rather than technological loyalty. Morgan was not sentimentally attached to direct current. He had been attached to Edison's company because it was the available investment vehicle in an industry he believed was going to be large. If the industry's future was actually AC-based rather than DC-based, that was information to be incorporated into investment decisions rather than a cause for distress. He had people who could evaluate these things for him, and by the early 1890s what those people were telling him was fairly consistent. The AC system worked better at scale. The cost economics favoured AC distribution over long distances by a substantial margin, and the DC system's future was constrained in ways that made it a declining rather than growing segment of the market. Morgan made his calculations. In 1892, Morgan orchestrated the merger of Edison General Electric with the Thomson-Houston Electric Company, Edison's major domestic competitor, which was itself heavily invested in AC technology, to form General Electric. The new company was General Electric, which is still one of the largest corporations in the world, which gives you some sense of the scale of what was being assembled. The merger was not achieved with Edison's enthusiastic participation. He was consulted, his interests were nominally protected, but the terms and the direction of the combined company were shaped more by Morgan's financial logic than by Edison's technical preferences. Notably and significantly, Edison's own name was dropped from the company name, a fact that Edison found painful and that Morgan apparently considered a reasonable price for the cleaner corporate branding. The new General Electric moved quickly and pragmatically into AC technology. It licensed AC patents, hired engineers with AC expertise, and began repositioning its product lines toward the system that the economics said was going to dominate. The ideological commitment to DC that had characterized the Edison organization's public stance simply did not survive the transition to a company whose primary obligation was to its shareholders rather than its founders' preferences. General Electric became an AC company in the same calm, businesslike way that it had previously been a DC company, because that was where the market was going, and following the market was what large electrical companies did. This was, in every sense that matters, the end of the War of Currents. Not a dramatic defeat, not a formal surrender, not a moment where Edison stood in front of cameras and acknowledged that Tesla had been right all along. Just a financial transaction, a merger, a rebranding, and a quiet pivot toward the technology that should have been adopted several years earlier, before the animal demonstrations and the fear campaign and the complicated history of the electric. Chair at Auburn Prison. The war ended, as most commercial wars do, not with a treaty but with an acquisition. The victor was determined not by the outcome of the public debate, but by the balance sheets of companies that had run the numbers and made their decisions accordingly. Tesla, watching this from a position that was better than the ditch-digging years and considerably less secure than it should have been given what he had contributed, had mixed feelings that are not difficult to imagine. The AC system was winning. The technology he had designed in his head in Budapest and sketched in sand and built in borrowed space in Strasbourg was becoming the basis of the world's electrical infrastructure. This was, objectively, an enormous vindication. The campaign against it had failed. The fear had not held. What was also true was that the financial arrangements were not progressing in ways that reflected Tesla's actual contribution. The royalty agreement with Westinghouse, the $2.50 per horsepower that had been part of the 1888 deal, had not yet produced the wealth it implied, partly because AC deployment was still scaling and partly because Westinghouse's company was under significant financial pressure from the competitive war and needed capital relief. Westinghouse had a conversation with Tesla around 1891 that is, depending on your disposition, either one of the most generous or one of the most effective pieces of financial negotiation in industrial history. He explained his company's financial situation, acknowledged that the royalty arrangement might cause the company to collapse before the technology achieved full market adoption, and essentially asked Tesla to release the royalties. Tesla, who had a complicated relationship with money that tended to involve either ignoring it entirely or losing it through spectacular bad luck, agreed. He tore up the royalty contracts. The gesture was genuine. He trusted Westinghouse. He wanted the technology to succeed, and he apparently calculated that getting the AC system deployed mattered more than getting paid per horsepower for it. He was not entirely wrong about this as a prioritization, and he was not entirely right either. The decision meant that when the AC system did become the dominant global electrical infrastructure, a status it achieved within the next decade, Tesla did not benefit financially from that dominance in anything close to proportion to his contribution. He was paid, eventually, a lump sum of approximately $216,000 for the complete release of his polyphase patents, which was a real amount of money in 1897 and a very small fraction of the value those patents represented. It's worth pausing on the J.P. Morgan element a moment longer, because Morgan's role in the outcome of the War of Currents is often underestimated in favor of the more dramatic technical and rhetorical elements. Morgan controlled access to capital that industrial enterprises needed to build and expand. In a period before the modern financial system existed in anything like its current form, whether a major industrial company could access large-scale financing was often the question of whether Morgan was willing to put his name and his network behind it. He was not sentimental about direction. He was systematic about evaluating which companies were likely to produce returns, and he operated accordingly. His evaluation of the electrical industry in the early 1890s produced a fairly clear picture. Edison's DC system was commercially operational and generating revenue, but its growth was constrained by the economics of short-range distribution in ways that showed up starkly in capital requirements. To serve new areas, you needed new generating stations within a mile or two of those areas. The cost per customer of expansion was stubbornly flat rather than declining, because you couldn't build one large facility and serve an ever larger area. The economies of scale that normally make a large industrial operation progressively cheaper per unit were largely unavailable to DC distribution for this fundamental physical reason. AC systems had the opposite economics. Long-distance transmission meant that a single large generating facility could serve a vast area. As the area served grew, the cost per customer of the generating infrastructure declined. Anyone running a serious financial analysis of the two models in the early 1890s arrived at the same conclusion. DC was viable for dense urban cores, and AC was viable for everything else, which was, by definition, most of the country. Morgan's analysts ran these numbers. The numbers were not subtle. The Thomson-Houston company that Morgan merged with Edison General Electric to form the new General Electric is itself worth noting. Thomson-Houston had been Edison's major domestic competitor, and unlike Edison, it had pursued a more ecumenical technological strategy, developing AC components including transformers and arc lighting systems that operated on alternating current. When Morgan combined the two companies, he wasn't just doing financial consolidation. He was fusing the DC infrastructure and brand capital of Edison's organization with the AC technological capability that Thomson Houston had built, producing a company that could operate in both systems during the transition and then pivot fully to a C as the transition completed. Elegant, if you happened to be the one directing it. Less elegant if you were Edison and your name was being quietly removed from the company you built. Edison was genuinely hurt by this. He expressed it in private correspondence with a directness that his public stoicism rarely allowed. He had apparently expected that his contribution to the company's founding would insulate his name from this kind of commercial erasure. It did not. The logic of renaming the company for its strategic direction rather than its historical founder is entirely rational. It was also humanly unkind, and Edison's private distress at it is a reminder that behind the mythological figure of the great inventor was a man who had worked very hard on a specific project and found that the world had decided to move on. Without offering a graceful transition, he largely withdrew from the electrical industry after 1892. He continued inventing, but the electrical business that had made him the most famous inventor in the world was no longer his. He lived for another 4 decades, dying in 1931, and he and Tesla eventually coexisted in the public imagination as competing legends rather than active antagonists, their names permanently linked as the two sides of a conflict that the public found more interesting as personal drama than as the commercial and technical dispute it actually was. The cultural legacy of the War of Currents has itself gone through several distinct phases. In the immediate aftermath, Edison remained dominant in popular imagination. He was simply too famous for one technology transition to significantly dent his reputation. Tesla was recognized by the technical community, but remained relatively obscure to the general public, which is not unusual for inventors whose primary contribution is a system architecture rather than a single dramatic device. A sea power reached your home invisibly, which is the characteristic that makes infrastructure systematically underappreciated. You can see a light bulb, you cannot see the rotating magnetic field that powers it. The reassessment came later, accelerating dramatically in the internet era, when Tesla became a kind of patron saint of the underappreciated visionary, a figure invoked by anyone who felt their ahead-of-its-time idea was being suppressed by entrenched interests. This cultural rehabilitation overcorrected somewhat, producing a version of Tesla as pure genius victim, and Edison as pure villain that serves narrative satisfaction more faithfully than historical accuracy. Both men were complicated. Both made genuine contributions. Both behaved well in some situations and poorly in others. The War of Currents was not a morality play. It was a collision between two different kinds of capability in a commercial environment that was going to reward one of them and not the other, at least for a while. The War of Currents was over. General Electric had made its pivot. The electrical industry was reorganizing around AC distribution. Westinghouse was selling systems. Tesla was, by any technical measure, the person most responsible for the architecture of the power system that was being built. And he was significantly less wealthy than that fact might have implied, because the relationship between inventing something and profiting from it has never been as direct or as fair as inventors tend to hope, and Tesla had now experienced 2 significant demonstrations of this principle in a single decade. What he had, which was in some ways more immediately satisfying and in other ways completely inadequate as a substitute for financial security, was recognition. The engineering community knew what he had done. The people building the power systems knew whose patents they were using. The 1891 lectures, particularly his lecture to the American Institute of Electrical Engineers and his London appearance before the Institution of Electrical Engineers, had established him as one of the foremost electrical minds of the era, and the reception was warm in ways that the years of ditches and appropriated arc lamps and Strasbourg pitches that went nowhere had not been. He was invited to speak at universities. He was treated with the particular deference that technical communities reserve for people who have demonstrably solved hard problems. He was also, by 1891, pointing his attention forward rather than backward. The War of Currents was, from his perspective, a settled matter even before General Electric made it officially settled. His mind had already moved on to what came after AC power distribution, to the wireless transmission of energy, to the possibility of a global communications network, to the high-frequency phenomena he'd been exploring in his laboratory and demonstrating to increasingly astonished audiences. The next chapter of his work was going to be even more ambitious than the AC system, and even more difficult to fund, and even more difficult to explain to people who hadn't seen what he saw in his internal visualization of it. The commutator was gone, the war of currents was over, and somewhere in Tesla's Manhattan laboratory, surrounded by equipment that produced light and sound and phenomena that his contemporaries found difficult to categorize, the next set of questions was already forming. Some of them were going to be answerable, some of them were going to take the rest of his life and remain unresolved at the end of it. But the characteristic that had gotten him from a thunderstorm in Smiljan to a Morgan-backed merger that quietly acknowledged his technology had been right all along, the refusal to accept a closed problem as permanently closed, was still very much operational. The next set of questions was going to be even bigger, and the world, as it turned out, was going to be even less ready for them. By the time 1893 arrived, the war of currents had been resolved in the way that most wars are eventually resolved. Not through a single decisive battle, but through the gradual accumulation of evidence that one side's position was untenable, and the other side's wasn't. General Electric had pivoted. The industry had started reorganizing. The physics, as they always do, had eventually gotten the last word. Tesla, having contributed the central invention that made this outcome possible, and having signed away the royalties that would have compensated him proportionally for it, entered the most publicly celebrated period of his life with the particular combination of professional vindication and financial undercompensation that seems to have been his preferred operating condition. What was coming in 1893 was not one event but two, a moment of spectacular public triumph at a scale that hadn't been attempted before, and 2 years later, the physical realization of something Tesla had been carrying around as a childhood image. For 30 years. Together they constitute the peak of his public arc, the period when the world, briefly and imperfectly, caught up with what he had been saying and gave him approximately the recognition he deserved, if not quite the material reward. The World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago opened in May of 1893, which is known to history as the World's Fair, but which was, in practice, a city within a city that occupied several hundred acres on the shore of Lake Michigan, and announced itself. To the people who built it and attended it as the definitive demonstration that the United States had arrived as a civilization of the first rank. The fair was a genuinely extraordinary undertaking. 200 buildings constructed in roughly 2 years, a temporary metropolis of white plaster and steel that earned the name the White City, attended by over 27 million visitors across its 6 months of operation in a country whose entire population was approximately 63 million. For context, this was the equivalent in proportional terms of approximately half of the current American population visiting a single exhibition in a single city within 6 months, which gives you some sense of the cultural weight the event carried. The fair's organizers wanted it to be electric. Not metaphorically electric, literally, electrically illuminated in a way that had never been achieved before at comparable scale, demonstrating to the watching world that the United States was not merely an industrial power, but a technological civilization. The plan was to light the entire fairgrounds with electrical power, which required choosing between the 2 competing electrical systems that the previous decade's war had made famous. The decision was going to be inevitably a statement. Whoever lit the World's Fair was going to have their technology associated, in 27 million people's direct experience, with the future. General Electric submitted a bid to provide the electrical system. So did Westinghouse. GE's bid came in at approximately $1.5 million. Westinghouse, understanding that winning this contract was worth considerably more than the contract itself, came in at just under $1 million, roughly $500,000 below his competitor, and won. The low bid required Westinghouse to use his own AC equipment and to design around certain GE lamp patents, rather than licensing them, which he solved by developing a different lamp design that worked adequately for the purpose. The engineering flexibility required to pull this off under time pressure was considerable, but the Westinghouse organization delivered. The result was 100,000 incandescent lamps illuminating the White City's grounds and buildings, a figure that needs context to land properly. The largest illuminated building in the world prior to this fair had perhaps a few thousand lights. Walking into the World's Fair in 1893 was, for most visitors, the first time they had seen artificial electrical illumination at any scale, let alone at this scale. The White City at night was, by every account that survives, genuinely astonishing. People who had grown up with gas lamps and candles walked into a landscape of electric light and responded in ways that range, in the contemporary descriptions, from quiet wonder to something close to religious experience. The fair literally showed the world what electrical power looked like when deployed at scale, and it did this on AC power, using equipment built on Tesla's patents, visible to 27 million people who went home to every corner of the country, and told everyone they knew what they had seen. Tesla was there in person. He gave demonstrations in a specially built exhibit space that had become famous for his high-frequency electrical performances, the same demonstrations he had been developing since the late 1880s, now refined and staged with the particular deliberateness of someone who understood that 27 million potential witnesses had arrived, and the moment was worth getting right. He stood in the center of his exhibit and passed high-frequency current through his body. Fluorescent tubes lit in his hands. Artificial lightning arced between equipment. Phosphorescent bulbs glowed without wires. He demonstrated wireless power transfer at short range, which produced in audiences the particular combination of wonder and mild alarm that he had learned to read as a sign that the demonstration was working. He showed people things they had no frame of reference for, and they left his exhibit having seen a man apparently immune to electrical forces that they had been told could kill you, which was quite effective at making the specific claims of the anti-AC campaign look slightly less authoritative. The fair's electricity building also had something else that was not Tesla's invention, but that Tesla had been thinking about intensely: radio frequency transmission. The principles of wireless signal propagation were, in 1893, something Tesla had already described publicly in a lecture at the Franklin Institute in Philadelphia earlier that year, in terms specific enough to constitute an early public disclosure of the theoretical basis for radio communication. He demonstrated at the fair an early radio-controlled boat, or at least a demonstrably remote-controlled device, the exact details depending on which contemporary account you credit, that moved in response to transmitted signals without any physical connection. The audiences found this baffling in ways that were useful for Tesla, and that will be relevant when we reach the chapter about the radio priority dispute. But that comes later. The Westinghouse AC system's performance at the World's Fair settled, for most practical purposes, the remaining public debate about which current was going to organize the coming electrical century. GE had pivoted a year earlier for financial reasons. The fair provided the popular validation. The 100,000 lamps worked. The fairgrounds stayed lit. The system was reliable at a scale that made all previous electrical installations look like prototypes, which is what they were. Nobody at the fair experienced the system as dangerous, which was the point that the previous campaign had laboured hardest to contradict. The fear campaign, which had already been losing ground to the economic logic that Morgan had recognised, lost its remaining credibility in the gentle illumination of 200 buildings on Lake Michigan. There was also a moment at the fair that is less often discussed, but that captures something essential about Tesla's public persona during this period. He met Mark Twain at the exposition. The two had become friends through New York social circles, and their friendship is one of those historical pairings that seems unlikely enough to feel invented until you look at what both men actually were. Two people who found the gap between human pretension and human reality genuinely funny, and spent considerable energy pointing it out in different registers, one through fiction and one through electrical demonstrations. Twain was photographed in Tesla's laboratory in New York, holding a glowing light bulb that was powered by the field Tesla was generating in the room. The image is one of the more striking of the era. The man who had written about Gilded Ages and the man who was building the literal infrastructure of one, both apparently enjoying themselves, in a room full of electrical equipment that was approximately 15 years ahead of the world's ability to fully understand it. 2 years after the fair, in the autumn of 1895, something happened that Tesla had been anticipating for most of his life. Not in the sense that he had been specifically working toward it, though he had been once the opportunity became real, but in the sense that the image had been with him since childhood. The Niagara Falls power station came online. The falls themselves require no particular description to this audience. You know what Niagara Falls is, and if you've seen it you know that the words large waterfall are not quite adequate. What matters for this story is the scale of the energy involved. Niagara Falls represents one of the largest natural concentrations of hydraulic power in North America, with a flow rate and a drop height that combined to produce an almost incomprehensible theoretical generating capacity. Tesla, as a child in Smiljan, had seen a picture of the falls in a magazine and announced to his uncle that he intended to put a wheel there one day and collect the power. His uncle had apparently responded with the patient skepticism of someone who had heard ambitious childhood announcements before. Tesla had not forgotten the conversation. The project to harness Niagara's power had been in serious planning since the mid-1880s, when a group of investors including J.P. Morgan, yes, the same J.P. Morgan, who apparently had opinions about most of the major infrastructure projects of the era, formed the Cataract Construction Company to study the feasibility and select a technical approach. The company commissioned studies from engineers in multiple countries, and the question of whether to use AC or DC transmission was central to the planning for obvious reasons. The power was going to be generated at the falls and transmitted to industrial users in Buffalo, about 20 miles away, which was precisely the kind of distance where DC's limitations and AC's advantages were most stark and most quantifiable. Lord Kelvin, the British physicist who was one of the most respected scientific authorities of the era, was initially sceptical of AC. He had been advising the Cataract Company toward DC, on grounds that DC technology was better understood and more proven, which was accurate in the narrow sense that proven means demonstrated at scale rather than superior in the sense that matters for long-term deployment. He eventually changed his position after reviewing the technical case for AC more carefully and acknowledging that the transmission economics were decisive. This reversal matters partly because of Kelvin's authority. If even Kelvin had come around, the remaining DC holdouts were operating without serious technical cover, and partly because it demonstrates that the case for AC was not merely commercial advocacy, but was sufficiently rigorous to change the minds of careful thinkers who had initially disagreed. Westinghouse won the Niagara contract. The AC system design used Tesla's polyphase patents throughout. The generating equipment was built to Tesla's specifications for the electrical architecture, though the physical machinery, the turbines, the penstock designs, the civil engineering of the powerhouse, involved contributions from many engineers across multiple disciplines. The scale of the construction was significant even by the standards of the era's infrastructure ambitions. The powerhouse was designed to accommodate generators of a size that had never been built before, and building them required manufacturing advances that didn't exist until they were needed. The first generators came online in November of 1895. Power was delivered to industries in Buffalo in 1896, and to residential customers in Buffalo shortly after. The transmission distance was 22 miles, which was already an order of magnitude beyond what the DC system could have managed economically, and it demonstrated that the theoretical advantage of AC over long distances was not merely theoretical. It was achievable at industrial scale, reliably, on a continuous basis, in conditions that included a Niagara winter, which is not a gentle testing environment. Tesla travelled to Niagara when the system came online. The accounts of his reaction vary, but the consistent element across them is that he was moved in a way that his habitual composure didn't entirely conceal. The childhood image, the waterfall, the wheel, the idea that nature's enormous indifferent power could be caught and converted and sent somewhere useful, had been with him for 30 years. Standing in front of the actual powerhouse, with the actual generators turning, producing the actual electricity that was travelling 22 miles to the actual lights in Buffalo, was the kind of convergence between imagination and reality that most people never experience. He had imagined it at age 7 in a village in Croatia. He was looking at it at age 39 in upstate New York. Some portion of what he felt in that moment was probably impossible to articulate, which may be why the accounts of his reaction are relatively brief. The professional recognition that followed the World's Fair in Niagara was substantial and, for once, not complicated by the financial arrangements being systematically unfavourable. Honorary degrees arrived. Columbia University, which was in his backyard in New York, and Yale, which was Yale, both conferred doctorates on him in 1894, which was the era's way of acknowledging that someone had done something significant enough to deserve permanent association with institutions that had been around for considerably longer than the person in question. The Elliott Cresson Medal from the Franklin Institute followed in 1894. The Order of Danilo from the King of Montenegro arrived. Montenegro being one of the places that took some pride in Tesla's Serbian heritage, and in the fact that a man from their cultural sphere was making headlines in American newspapers about electricity. A certificate from the Serbian Cultural Organizations of New York, the kind of accumulation of formal recognition that functions as a society's receipts for having noticed something. He also, during this period, received and enjoyed the particular form of celebrity that New York in the 1890s conferred on people who were both genuinely distinguished and genuinely interesting at dinner parties. Tesla was, by multiple accounts, a remarkable presence in social settings when he chose to be. He was tall, immaculately dressed, multilingual, and in possession of the kind of conversational range that comes from having spent 20 years thinking about the physical structure of the universe. He was also somewhat against the odds of a man who had spent his formative years being odd in rural Croatia, a competent and sometimes witty conversationalist, not the tortured recluse that the later chapters of his life would make it tempting to. Project Backward. He attended concerts at Carnegie Hall and had opinions about the music. He ate regularly at Delmonico's restaurant and had opinions about the food, which tended toward the obsessive and the idiosyncratic. He was, in the mid-1890s, a New York intellectual figure of the first tier, and the city treated him accordingly. His laboratory on South Fifth Avenue, and after the fire of 1895, the replacement laboratory on East Houston Street, was a destination for visitors that included writers, politicians, financiers, scientists, and anyone else who could obtain an invitation and had the intellectual range to appreciate what was being demonstrated. Mark Twain's visits were simply the most famous of many. The journalist Chauncey McGovern wrote a description of the laboratory for Pearson's magazine in 1899 that captures something of its atmosphere: a place of constant low-level electrical activity, phosphorescent glow, the smell of ozone, and a man in evening clothes apparently at home in conditions that most people would have found alarming. Tesla knew how to stage the work. He understood that demonstrations were a form of communication, and that communication required an audience to be paying attention, and he arranged his laboratory accordingly. The laboratory fire of March 1895 deserves a paragraph because of what it reveals about both Tesla's memory and his psychological constitution. The fire destroyed his equipment, his experimental records, and his notes on several years of work. It was, by any practical measure, a catastrophe, the physical infrastructure of his research practice gone in an evening. His response, once the immediate shock had passed, was to reconstruct the lost work from memory. Not approximately, not in general terms, but in sufficient detail to resume where he had been before the fire. The notebooks were gone. The notebook's contents were not gone, because they had been in Tesla's head rather than primarily on the page, and what was in Tesla's head remained there. This is a remarkable fact about him, and it is also, in a less cheerful sense, an indication of just how much of his working life happened in an internal space that didn't produce the external records that would later allow historians to fully trace his development. It was also during the mid-1890s that Tesla's attention began to pull in two directions that would define the remainder of his career. The first was radio, wireless transmission of signals, not power, the ability to communicate across distances without physical wire. The second was X-rays, which Wilhelm Röntgen announced to the world in December of 1895, and which Tesla had been producing experimentally in his laboratory for months before Röntgen's public announcement, a fact that he noted without particular bitterness, but that is worth registering. He had been generating the rays, he had noticed the effects, he had not fully understood what he was looking at in time to be the one who published the explanation. Röntgen was the one who examined the phenomenon systematically, understood its nature, and published first. These things happen in science. Multiple people converge on the same discovery in overlapping time, and the one who publishes owns the credit. Tesla was not always, or often, the one who published first, which is a pattern that runs through his career in ways that cost him considerably more than the X-ray question. On the radio question, his position was considerably stronger. He had described the theoretical basis for wireless signal transmission publicly in 1893, as mentioned, and he had been developing practical demonstrations and components since then. The device he called a teleautomaton, a radio-controlled mechanism, was being refined in his laboratory throughout the mid-1890s, and he was building toward a demonstration that would be spectacular enough to make the point definitively. The radio story, and the extraordinary dispute with Guglielmo Marconi that it eventually produced, belongs to the next chapter because it deserves that space. But the foundation was being laid here, in the same period when Tesla was accepting honorary degrees and dining at Delmonico's and watching his AC generators power the lights in Buffalo. There is something slightly vertiginous about this period when you survey it as a whole. Tesla was, simultaneously at the height of his public recognition, at the beginning of his most ambitious research program, in possession of a technology that had just been validated at the largest scale yet attempted, and already looking past all. Of it towards something he was confident the world wasn't ready to understand. He had not changed his fundamental operating mode since the Budapest Park. He was still living primarily in the space of the next question rather than the current answer. But the scale of the questions had grown with the scale of his platform. The AC system was done, in the sense that its deployment was underway, and his central contribution to it had been made. The World's Fair and Niagara were the public celebration of that fact, and he was already somewhere else in his head. Where specifically he was going was, briefly put, here. He had observed during his Colorado experiments and his laboratory high-frequency work that the Earth itself might be usable as an electrical conductor. Not in the way that a wire is a conductor, but in the way that a large resonating system can be driven by a properly tuned signal, the way a musical instrument responds to its resonant frequency. The Earth had an electrical character, had a relationship to the electromagnetic field that enveloped it, and Tesla was increasingly convinced that this relationship could be harnessed in ways that would allow power and signals to be transmitted. Globally without wires, using the planet itself as the medium. The Wardenclyffe project, the tower that would attempt to do exactly this, was years away from construction but already present in his thinking. The World's Fair and Niagara were the conclusion of one chapter. The wireless dream was the opening of the next one. The child who had told his uncle about putting a wheel at Niagara Falls had, in fact, put the wheel. The power was running. The lights were on in Buffalo. The honorary degrees were framed. The King of Montenegro had sent a medal. And the mind that had produced all of this was, with characteristic stubbornness, already thinking about something else, something bigger, something stranger, something that the world would find considerably harder to fund and considerably harder to understand. He had earned this moment of triumph completely. He would not stay in it long. Let's spend a moment with what the Niagara project actually meant for ordinary people, because the engineering achievement is easy to describe, and the human consequence is easy to underestimate. Buffalo in 1896 was an industrial city of considerable size and ambition, but its manufacturing operations were constrained, like all manufacturing operations of the era, by the practical limits of local power generation. Steam engines powered by coal burned in the building where the engine operated. Hydraulic power from local water sources was available where the geography cooperated. Everything else ran on muscle, human or animal. The economics of manufacturing were shaped at every level by the cost and difficulty of producing power at the point of use. The Niagara transmission system changed this. A manufacturer in Buffalo could now receive electrical power generated 22 miles away, at a price per unit that reflected the enormous efficiency of hydro generation at scale, rather than the cost of burning coal in a local steam boiler. The aluminum industry, which required enormous amounts of electrical power for the smelting process, and had therefore been limited in its development by the high cost of producing that power locally, moved to the Niagara region specifically because of the available power, and the aluminum we use today in aircraft and packaging and construction is cheaper and more available than it would otherwise be because of this. The electrochemical industry similarly. The city's streetcar systems converted to electric operation. The general expansion of manufacturing capacity that the cheap abundant electricity enabled fed into wages, employment, and the broader economy in ways that are difficult to trace individually and impossible to deny in aggregate. This is the part of Tesla's story that gets crowded out by the more dramatic episodes. The lightning demonstrations, the eccentric hotel habits, the pigeons. But it is, in terms of direct human impact, arguably the most significant thing he ever did. The AC power system is not a glamorous legacy. It does not produce striking images. It works invisibly, as all mature infrastructure does, precisely because it works so reliably that there is nothing to notice. But it is the reason that virtually everything in the modern built environment operates, and its architecture is Tesla's in a way that is literal rather than metaphorical. The rotating magnetic field, the polyphase generator, the induction motor, the transformer-based distribution network, these are his, and they are also, in a very practical sense, the physical basis of modern civilization. The fact that most people don't know this is, itself, a kind of tribute to how well the system works. The social life of the mid-1890s Tesla is worth a few more lines, because it presents a picture that is genuinely different from the isolated eccentric of his later decades, and the contrast matters for understanding the arc of the whole story. He moved in the top tier of New York intellectual and social life with apparent ease. His fluency in multiple European languages, Serbian, English, French, German, Czech, and reportedly some Italian, meant that the cosmopolitan circles of 1890s Manhattan, which included large numbers of recent European immigrants and established European-American families who maintained cultural connections to the continent, were comfortable territory. He was not performing social competence as a person who found it difficult. He was genuinely engaged with the people around him, curious about their work and capable of the kind of sustained, attentive conversation that people remember as something better than entertaining. His relationship with Mark Twain warrants a brief pause because it is one of the more improbable genuine friendships in American cultural history, and also because it illuminates something about both men. Twain, Samuel Clemens, was by the 1890s the most celebrated writer in the country, a figure who combined literary greatness with a talent for celebrity that his era didn't have quite the right vocabulary for but recognized instinctively. He was also, less visibly, a man with a deep and genuine interest in technology and invention. He had patented several devices himself, with results that range from modest to commercially disastrous. He was fascinated by what technology was making possible and deeply skeptical of what it was doing to the people living through it, a tension that runs through his best work and that presumably made his conversations with Tesla, who was making some of it possible, more interesting than average. Tesla's laboratory was a place Twain visited repeatedly, which says something, because Twain was not someone who spent time places he didn't want to be. The friendship was real, and lasted until Twain's death in 1910, and Tesla's later writings about it are among the warmer personal passages in his otherwise fairly reserved memoir. There is also, in this period, a quality of creative generosity in Tesla's professional practice that deserves attention. He shared his knowledge freely at lectures. He published technical papers with genuine detail rather than the strategic vagueness that patent protection sometimes encourages. He demonstrated things in his laboratory to any visitor who had the technical background to understand them, including competitors and potential competitors, with an openness that could charitably be called magnanimous and less charitably be called commercially naive. He seemed to believe that the ideas themselves mattered more than the exclusivity of his access to them, that getting the right technology built and deployed was the goal, and that hoarding the knowledge slowed that process. This is a philosophically coherent position. It is also, in commercial terms, the approach that allowed Marconi to study Tesla's published work and incorporate it into a radio system that Marconi then patented and profited from, which is an outcome that the philosophically coherent position perhaps should have anticipated more clearly. The X-ray episode of late 1895 and early 1896 is worth examining not just as an instance of Tesla narrowly missing a major discovery credit, but as a window into how he worked. He had been producing what he called special radiation from his high vacuum tubes for months before Röntgen's announcement. He had noticed the characteristic effects: the fogging of photographic plates left near the equipment, the production of images through opaque materials, the specific properties of the rays as distinct from visible light. He had not, however, been systematically investigating these effects with the goal of publishing a description of a new phenomenon. He had been treating them as interesting side effects of his primary work on high-frequency resonance, things to note, and perhaps return to. Röntgen, in contrast, was specifically investigating the cathode ray equipment with the focused attention that leads to publications, and his December 1895 paper was clear, comprehensive, and first. Tesla, reading Röntgen's paper, produced his own X-ray images quickly and with impressive quality, including one of the human hand that showed bone structure with better clarity than many of Röntgen's initial images, because Tesla's equipment operated at higher voltages and produced more penetrating radiation. He also recognized almost immediately a danger that Röntgen and most early X-ray researchers were slow to acknowledge: that exposure to the rays caused tissue damage. He reported skin burns and eye irritation from his own experimental sessions. This was the first clear statement in American scientific literature that X-rays were not merely useful, but potentially harmful, and it was made by someone who had encountered the hazard personally, which gives it a certain empirical authority. The medical community's general enthusiasm for X-rays in the late 1890s proceeded with relatively little attention to this warning, which meant that a number of early X-ray technicians and radiologists suffered serious radiation injuries before the hazard was properly incorporated into practice. Tesla had noted it first. The field didn't listen for another decade. By 1897, the arc of the public triumph period was still ascending in terms of formal recognition, but beginning to curve in the direction that would characterize the next phase. The radio work was consuming more of his attention. The Wardenclyffe concept was forming. The laboratory on East Euston Street was producing experimental results that were fascinating and difficult to explain to funders or the public in terms that translated directly into commercial applications. The gap between what Tesla was working on and what could be immediately monetized was widening, as it tends to do when someone's primary orientation is toward the next decade rather than the current one. He was also, in ways that were beginning to be visible to close observers, becoming more eccentric in his personal habits. The obsessive behaviors that had characterized him since childhood, the counting, the aversion to certain materials, the elaborate meal rituals, were intensifying rather than moderating with age and security. His diet was becoming increasingly restrictive and idiosyncratic. His sleep patterns, always compressed by his working habits, were showing the cumulative effects of years of inadequate rest. The social case he displayed at dinners and lectures coexisted with an increasing preference for controlled environments and predictable routines that were becoming harder to maintain as his work became more ambitious and his circumstances more financially uncertain. The period of peak recognition was real, and it was earned. But it was also finite, and the next chapter of his life was going to test different things than the AC system had tested. Not his ability to solve a hard physical problem and find commercial backing for it, but his ability to pursue an idea that was harder to explain, harder to demonstrate, and harder to fund through circumstances that would become progressively less accommodating. The triumph of Niagara was real. The child's dream had been realized, the current was running, and the man who had produced it was looking at the horizon, thinking about what came after wires. The answer he was working toward was going to be the most ambitious thing he ever attempted. It was also going to be the project that, more than any other, defined both the upper limit of his vision and the specific character of what the world was not yet ready to support. But the waterfalls were turning. The lights were on in Buffalo. And for a few years in the mid-1890s, everything that Tesla had spent 20 years building toward was visible, working, and lit up against the night sky. There is a particular kind of historical injustice that is worse than being ignored. Being ignored is at least clean. The record is empty where your name should be, and that emptiness can eventually be filled in. The worst kind is when your name is replaced by someone else's, your specific ideas appear under a different byline, and the machinery of official recognition, prizes, patents, textbooks, moves forward with the replacement name so thoroughly. Embedded that dislodging it requires, in this case, a ruling by the United States Supreme Court, which came approximately 4 months after the person it vindicated was already dead. This is the story of radio, and of Nikola Tesla, and of Guglielmo Marconi, and it is a story that manages to be simultaneously about patent law, the sociology of scientific credit, the power of good press coverage, and the specific mechanism by which history decides for decades at a stretch to remember the wrong name. We established in the previous chapter that Tesla had publicly described the theoretical principles of wireless signal transmission in an 1893 lecture at the Franklin Institute in Philadelphia, and demonstrated early remote-controlled devices at the World's Fair that same year. What we haven't examined is the full scope of what Tesla understood about wireless transmission by the mid-1890s, or the specific sequence of events that led to Marconi being credited with inventing radio despite using Tesla's patented components, throughout the system that earned him a Nobel Prize. Let's do that now because the details matter, and the details are, in a word, infuriating, though we will try to be infuriated in an understated and historically accurate way. Tesla's vision for wireless transmission was, from the beginning, considerably more ambitious than what Marconi eventually built. Where Marconi was thinking about wireless telegraphy, the transmission of Morse code signals across distances, the electromagnetic equivalent of the telegraph wire but without the wire, Tesla was thinking about a global system of wireless power and information distribution. He envisioned a network of towers properly positioned around the Earth that could transmit electrical power wirelessly to any point on the planet's surface and simultaneously carry communications, essentially every function that we currently, assigned to power grids and telecommunications networks, merged into a single global wireless infrastructure. This was not a modest proposal. It was, by any reasonable assessment, a vision that went about a century further than the technology of 1895 could support, which is both Tesla's most characteristic quality as a thinker and the reason that his work on wireless transmission never quite translated into the immediate commercial success that Marconi's more limited approach eventually achieved. But the more limited approach was, technically, built on Tesla's foundations. This is the core of the dispute, and it requires understanding what the foundations actually were. The challenge in transmitting electromagnetic signals through the air, as opposed to through a wire, is that radio waves spread in all directions from their source, weakening rapidly with distance. To transmit usefully over long distances, you need to generate signals with enough power and at the right frequencies to propagate reliably, and you need receiving equipment sensitive enough to detect the weakened signal at the destination. In the 1890s, producing high-frequency, high-power electromagnetic oscillations required specific electrical components that didn't exist as off-the-shelf items. They had to be designed and built. The key components were a resonant circuit that could produce sustained oscillations at a controlled frequency, a transmitting antenna of appropriate design, a method of tuning both transmitter and receiver to the same frequency, so that the signal could be extracted from the background electromagnetic noise, and a sensitive detector at the receiving end. Tesla had developed and patented all of these elements, not individually, as a complete interconnected system, specified in the 4 patents he filed between 1896 and 1900 that together described a functional radio communication system. The tuned circuit, the resonant LC circuit that produces oscillations at a specific frequency, was patented by Tesla. The idea of using coupled circuits, separately tuned to the same resonant frequency for both transmitting and receiving, which is the principle that allows radio to work across a crowded electromagnetic spectrum without everything interfering with everything else that was Tesla's. The specific antenna designs, the grounded transmitting system, the high-frequency generation methods, these were in his patents, filed and issued by the United States Patent Office in the public record. Marconi was aware of Tesla's work. This is not a claim that requires inference or speculation. It is documented. Marconi was a young Italian experimenter with genuine practical talent and considerable commercial instinct, and he was following the published literature on electromagnetic wave transmission with the attention of someone who was actively trying to build something in the field. He had read the work of the German physicist Heinrich Hertz, who had demonstrated electromagnetic wave propagation in the 1880s. He had read Tesla's publications and lecture transcripts, which were widely available and widely read by anyone working in this area. He had read the work of other contributors to the field, Oliver Lodge in Britain, Alexander Popov in Russia, and he was, with commendable engineering thoroughness, assembling the best available components into a working system. The issue is that several of those components were Tesla's patented intellectual property, and Marconi used them without license. His first patent application in the United States, filed in 1900, was rejected. The Patent Office examiner, reviewing the application, found that it conflicted with Tesla's earlier patents, specifically that the tuned circuit and other key components Marconi was claiming had already been described and protected by Tesla. Marconi revised and resubmitted. The revised application was rejected again with the same reasoning. He kept trying. The Patent Office kept rejecting the radio claims on the basis of prior art, which is the legal term for someone else already patented this. Tesla's name was in the rejection letters. This process continued for several years. In 1904, the Patent Office reversed its position and granted Marconi's patent. The reversal was not accompanied by a detailed technical explanation of why the previous rejections had been wrong, which is the kind of thing that invites suspicion about whether the reversal was driven by technical reassessment or by other considerations. What had changed between the first rejection and the 1904 grant was that Marconi had become very famous. In December 1901, he had transmitted a radio signal across the Atlantic Ocean, from Poldhu in Cornwall to Signal Hill in St John's, Newfoundland, in a demonstration that attracted enormous press coverage and made him an internationally celebrated figure. The inventor of radio narrative was firmly attached to his name in the popular press long before the patent dispute was resolved. The Patent Office's 1904 reversal had the quality of institutions tidying the formal record to match the popular narrative, rather than the formal record preceding the narrative as it is supposed to. This is uncharitable but not obviously incorrect. Tesla sued. He filed infringement suits against Marconi's company in 1915, noting that his patents covered the technology Marconi was using commercially and that he was entitled to compensation. The suits were complicated, expensive, and slow in the way that all patent litigation is complicated, expensive, and slow when one of the parties has substantially more resources than the other. Westinghouse had bought Tesla's key wireless patents in the 1890s for a lump sum, which meant that Tesla's financial stake in the outcome was more limited than it might have been, but the principle, that his intellectual contribution was being commercialized without credit or compensation, remained clear and remained contested. Marconi, meanwhile, was receiving the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1909, jointly with Carl Ferdinand Braun, for their contributions to wireless telegraphy. The Swedish Academy's citation described their work in terms that made Marconi the originator of practical radio, which was the public narrative's version of the story, rather than the technical record's version. Tesla was not nominated. He was not mentioned. He was, as far as the formal machinery of international scientific recognition was concerned, not part of the radio story in any essential way. Given that the tuned resonant circuits, the antenna systems, and the fundamental architecture of radio transmission were in his patents and in his published descriptions from years before Marconi's first demonstration, this was a determination that required a fairly selective reading of the technical record. The committee presumably had reasons. The reasons have not aged particularly well. Tesla's public reaction to the Nobel Prize was notably restrained, which is either a sign of extraordinary personal dignity or a deeply calibrated understanding that making loud claims about being robbed of a Nobel Prize is not typically a good look, regardless of the merits of the underlying case. He continued his work, he gave lectures, he made specific and documented claims about his priority in published interviews and correspondence, clearly enough that the claims were on the record, and he let the record do what it was going to do at whatever pace the world was capable of. He was not, by this point, a man who expected events to move on his schedule. What is often underappreciated in this dispute is that Tesla's conception of radio was so much larger than Marconi's that comparing them directly somewhat obscures what Tesla was actually trying to do. Marconi wanted to send Morse code signals across the Atlantic. This was commercially valuable, practically important, and technically remarkable. It genuinely was remarkable, and dismissing Marconi's achievement to score points for Tesla would be both unfair and inaccurate. But Tesla had already published a description of a system that would have delivered not just telegraphic signals, but continuous voice and data transmission, power delivery, and global coverage from a relatively small number of transmission stations. He was describing what we would now recognize as the combined function of radio broadcasting, wireless telecommunications, and wireless power transfer. Marconi was describing a better wireless telegraph. These are genuinely different scales of ambition, and the fact that Tesla's version was further from immediate practical implementation does not make it less original. It makes it more original, and also more difficult to appreciate in real time. The specific device that Tesla demonstrated publicly in 1898, the radio-controlled boat that he called a teleautomaton, deserves particular attention because it anticipated something that the world wouldn't commercially deploy for another several decades. He demonstrated this at Madison Square Garden in New York, in an exhibition pond in front of a substantial public audience. The boat moved, it turned, it stopped, it executed sequences of maneuvers, all in response to transmitted radio signals, controlled by Tesla at a panel on the shore with no physical connection to the vessel. The audience, by most accounts, was confused about what they were seeing. Some assumed there was a trained animal inside the boat, some suspected hidden wires, some concluded it was simply a trick. The idea that a machine could be controlled remotely by transmitted signals was sufficiently outside people's existing mental frameworks that they reached for other explanations before accepting the obvious one. Tesla tried to interest the US Navy in the technology for military applications. specifically as a means of deploying remotely controlled explosive boats against enemy vessels, which would have been genuinely significant technology in 1898 and which the Navy apparently considered and then declined to fund, presumably calculating that the technology was too experimental and the source too eccentric for a formal military procurement. The Navy's position was probably defensible by the bureaucratic standards of the time. It was also, from the perspective of what remote-controlled weapons technology would eventually become, a fairly interesting miss. The patent dispute ground on through the 1900s and 1910s, while Tesla's financial situation deteriorated in ways that the next chapter will address more fully. By the time the United States entered the First World War in 1917, the government needed to use radio technology extensively and had a strong interest in clearing up the patent landscape so that manufacturers could produce equipment without navigating a complicated network of contested claims. The Marconi Company had been suing various American radio manufacturers for infringement, and the litigation was creating exactly the kind of commercial uncertainty that wartime production couldn't accommodate. The government essentially stepped in, requisitioned the relevant patents, and operated the radio system on a national emergency basis for the duration of the war, which temporarily sidestepped the dispute without resolving it. After the war, the dispute continued. Marconi's company sued the United States government for infringing its patents, specifically claiming compensation for the wartime use of its radio technology. This lawsuit, filed in 1916 and proceeding through the court system across the 1920s and 1930s, eventually reached the Supreme Court. The court's examination of the underlying patent record produced a conclusion that was straightforward once the technical evidence was properly laid out. The key patents in radio transmission had been issued to Tesla, Lodge, and others before. Marconi's patent applications and Marconi's patents were therefore invalid because the technology they claimed had already been patented by others. The court ruled in June of 1943. The ruling held that Marconi's core radio patents were void due to prior art. Tesla had died in January of that year. Room 3327 at the Hotel New Yorker broke alone and in possession of more than 700 patents. The Supreme Court's vindication, not a symbolic gesture, not a consolation prize, but an actual legal determination that the most prestigious patents in the history of commercial radio were invalid because Tesla had gotten there first, arrived, approximately 5 months after his death. The timing is, in the language of understatement that this story has repeatedly called for, not ideal. The court was not wrong. The ruling was not late because the justices were slow. It was late because the legal process takes time and the man whose interests it served did not have any left. History keeps its own schedule, apparently. The deeper question that the Tesla-Marconi dispute raises is not really about which individual deserves the credit, though that question matters for its own reasons. The deeper question is about how scientific and technological priority gets established, and whether the mechanisms we use for that establishment, patents, prizes, popular press coverage, textbook attribution, actually track the underlying reality of who contributed what, or whether they track something else, who was commercially successful first, who had better press relations, whose story fit more neatly into the available narrative frameworks of the time. The answer, looking at this case and at many comparable ones in the history of technology, is that the mechanisms track the underlying reality imperfectly and inconsistently. Patent systems reward the person who files the right paperwork at the right time, which is related to but not identical to the person who had the idea. Prize committees reward the person whose contribution is most legible within the existing frameworks for evaluating contributions, which tends to favour incremental improvements over foundational architecture, because the incremental improvements have clearer before and after comparisons. Popular press coverage rewards the person who does something dramatically visible, transmitting a signal across the Atlantic, over the person who quietly published the theoretical framework that made the dramatic demonstration possible. Textbooks, which are written after the fact by people who learned from other textbooks, tend to inherit the errors of their sources and propagate them forward. None of these mechanisms was designed to be unfair to Tesla specifically. They were designed for other purposes and happen to produce unfair outcomes in this case, as they produce unfair outcomes in many cases that are less well documented. The lesson is not that Marconi was villainous. He was a capable engineer who built real things and deserved recognition for what he actually did. The lesson is that the infrastructure for assigning credit in science and technology is imperfect in systematic ways, and that the people who tend to fall through the gaps are characteristically those whose contributions were foundational and ahead of their time rather than immediate and commercially legible, which describes Tesla with some precision. The 1943 Supreme Court ruling did not, in any practical sense, change Tesla's life. It changed the legal record and it changed the royalty situation of certain companies, and it was entered into the historical record where it has sat ever since, as a piece of evidence that the popular narrative about radio's invention was wrong. Whether that evidence has fully penetrated the popular narrative in the 80-plus years since the ruling is a question you can test yourself. Ask the next 10 people you encounter who invented radio and see how many of them say Tesla. The number will be instructive, not in a depressing way necessarily, just in an honest way about how these things actually work. There is also a dimension to this story that is rarely discussed, but that is important for understanding why Tesla himself was unable to press his claims more effectively at the time. By the mid-1900s, Tesla was not in a financial position to sustain expensive patent litigation. His resources had been consumed by his laboratory work and particularly by the Wardenclyffe project, which we will address in the following chapter, and which was the venture that translated the theoretical ambition of the wireless dream into a physical structure on Long Island that never fully operated and cost him everything that remained of his commercial position. The patent dispute with Marconi ran alongside the Wardenclyffe collapse, and both were running against a backdrop of financial deterioration that made serious legal action difficult regardless of the merits. You can be right about the technical facts and still lose a patent dispute if you can't afford to fight it to completion, which is a feature of patent law that has remained remarkably consistent since the 1890s. Tesla's own attitude toward the Marconi situation, in his letters and interviews, combines genuine frustration with a certain philosophical remove that is either admirable equanimity or the psychological defense of a man who found the frustration too costly to sustain indefinitely. He referred to Marconi as a good man who used 17 of Tesla's patents, which is specific, accurate, and delivered with the measured restraint of someone who has had years to process a grievance and decided that measured restraint is the only response that doesn't cost more than the grievance is worth. He pointed out in various forums that he had described the principles of radio in 1893, and that the subsequent development of the technology by others was built on those descriptions. He did not, to his credit, spend his public life primarily as a man wronged by history, even though he had substantial cause. He spent it primarily as a man still working, still thinking, still convinced that the next problem was more interesting than the previous one, which is either a character trait or a coping mechanism, and possibly both at once. What he was working on during the years when the Marconi dispute was unfolding is the subject of the next chapter, and it is, in its ambition and in its ultimate fate, the most characteristically Tesla thing he ever attempted. The radio dispute had been about who got the credit for a technology that was deployed and working. What came next was about a technology that was never fully deployed at all, that existed as a tower on Long Island and a set of calculations and a vision of global wireless power that the available capital was not willing to sustain. The wireless dream didn't end with Marconi. It evolved into something larger and more difficult and ultimately more expensive than any patron Tesla could find was willing to fund. But the conceptual work, the foundation on which every radio transmission since 1895 has operated, was laid in a New York laboratory and described in a Philadelphia lecture and recorded in patents that the Supreme Court eventually confirmed were exactly what Tesla said they were. The record is there. It was always there. It just took a while for the formal mechanisms to get around to reading it. It's worth dwelling on one more dimension of the Marconi story that tends to get lost in the priority debate. The question of why Marconi succeeded commercially where Tesla did not, even setting aside the patent question entirely. Because the answer reveals something important about the difference between having the right idea and building a viable business around it, which are related but distinct activities that reward different skills. Marconi understood, intuitively and early, that the commercial market for wireless communication in the 1890s and 1900s was ship-to-shore and ship-to-ship telegraphy. Sailors needed to communicate with ports. Ships needed to communicate with each other. The loss of ships at sea due to inability to call for help was a genuine commercial and humanitarian problem that existing technology couldn't solve. Wireless telegraphy solved it. The market existed. The problem was real, the customers were identifiable and willing to pay, and the technology was adequate for the purpose. Marconi focused on this application with consistent commercial discipline and built a successful business doing it. The system he built was technically built on Tesla's architecture, but it was deployed in service of a specific, bounded, immediately valuable application, and that focus is what made it commercially successful. Tesla's approach was fundamentally different. He wanted to build the entire global wireless infrastructure before deploying any commercial application of it. The Wardenclyffe Tower, which the next chapter will examine in full, was not a prototype for ship-to-shore telegraphy. It was the first element of a global network for simultaneously transmitting power and communications to every point on Earth. This is a project that requires massive capital investment before it generates any revenue, and it requires multiple installations around the globe before it provides the universal coverage that was the point of the whole thing. You can't sell wireless power to half the globe when you only have one tower built. Marconi could sell wireless telegraphy from this ship to that port from day one, because that value was local and immediate. The commercial logic favoured Marconi's approach completely, not because it was more important or more original, but because it was more immediately translatable into a paying customer. Tesla's wireless power network was, in concept, the superior vision. It was more ambitious, more comprehensive, and would have been more beneficial if fully built. It was also completely impossible to phase commercially deploy, because its value was only available at global scale, and getting to global scale required investment that the market couldn't provide before it had seen the return, which, the return, required first. This is the innovator's dilemma in its most extreme form. A technology that is better than the competition, but so much more ambitious that its value can't be demonstrated until it's fully built, and its full construction cost exceeds the available capital. Tesla was not unaware of this problem. His investor pitches for Wardenclyffe acknowledged the scaling issue, and he had strategies for generating intermediate revenue from the tower that were not entirely implausible. Ship communication services, a transatlantic press service. But his heart wasn't in the limited version. He wanted to build the whole thing, and when the funding ran short of the whole thing, he kept trying to find more funding rather than settling for the partial version that could have generated revenue and supported further development. This is a pattern that had appeared before in his career and would appear again. The inability to treat an ambitious vision as something that could be built incrementally, because the partial version felt like a betrayal of what the whole thing was supposed to be. The comparison with Marconi is useful precisely because Marconi didn't have Tesla's ambition, but did have Tesla's commercial outcome, at least in the short run. He built something deployable, deployed it, made money from it, and received the Nobel Prize for it. Tesla built something that wasn't deployable at partial scale, didn't deploy it, ran out of money, and received a Supreme Court ruling about it 40 years later. Both of these outcomes were substantially determined by the choices each person made about the scope of what they were trying to build, which is a more complicated lesson than genius goes unrewarded, and probably a more useful one. There is also a geographical dimension to the Marconi story that reveals something about how the geography of scientific recognition operates. Marconi was Italian, working primarily in Britain, with strong British commercial backing and excellent access to the British scientific establishment. Britain in the 1890s was the centre of the global telecommunications industry through its control of the undersea telegraph cable network, and it had both the institutional infrastructure and the commercial motivation to support wireless communication development. Tesla was a Serbian immigrant working in the United States, which in the 1890s was becoming a major scientific and industrial power, but was not yet the dominant centre of global technology that it would later become. The Nobel Committee in Stockholm was, in this period, drawing on European scientific networks and European institutional endorsements in ways that disadvantaged people working outside those networks. Tesla was not in the network. Marconi was. This is not a conspiracy theory. It is a structural observation about how information flows through institutions, and it produced a predictable outcome. The story of radio is, in the end, a story about multiple overlapping contributions that the existing frameworks for assigning credit were not well designed to handle. Hertz had demonstrated that electromagnetic waves existed and could propagate. Lodge had demonstrated that they could be detected at a distance, and had developed key detection technologies. Popov in Russia had built a functioning receiver. Tesla had patented the complete circuit architecture for both transmission and reception, including the tuning systems that made practical radio possible. Marconi had assembled these components into a working system and demonstrated it at commercially significant distances. All of these contributions were real. The single inventor narrative that attached to Marconi's name was a simplification that the press and the prize committees preferred because it was legible, not because it was accurate. What Tesla deserved, and what the 1943 Supreme Court ruling came close to establishing, was recognition as the architect of the system. The person who had described, in advance of practical demonstration by anyone, the complete technical framework within which radio communication operated. Marconi built inside that framework. So did everyone who came after him. The framework was Tesla's, and the framework was what made everything else possible. Getting credit for the framework is harder than getting credit for the demonstration, because frameworks are invisible and demonstrations are visible, and history has a strong preference for visible things. But the framework is what matters in the long run, and in the long run the record eventually catches up. In the long run. Unfortunately, the long run arrived in January 1943, and Tesla had left the building 5 months before it got there. By the end of 1898, Tesla had been working in New York laboratories for over a decade, and the city was beginning to present a practical problem that had nothing to do with his finances or his patent disputes or his complicated relationship with the electrical industry's commercial logic. He needed more power than New York could safely give him. Not more funding, not more recognition, more actual electrical power, the raw generating capacity to conduct the high-voltage, high-frequency experiments he was now convinced were the key to everything he wanted to do next. The experiments required voltages that would have attracted regulatory attention in any built urban environment and generated side effects, electromagnetic interference, ground vibrations, the occasional dramatic arc discharge, that tended to provoke neighbourly complaints and inquiries from the city's electrical inspection authorities. He needed space, altitude, clean air, and a local electrical utility willing to supply him with extraordinary amounts of power without asking too many questions. What he got, after some consideration, was Colorado Springs. The choice was not arbitrary. Colorado Springs in 1899 was a modestly sized city at an elevation of about 6,000 feet, with a reliable electrical supply from the local power company and a wide, flat surrounding landscape that offered both the physical space Tesla needed for his experimental apparatus and the geographical isolation that his experiments required. The altitude was relevant in ways that were specific to Tesla's interests. The thinner atmosphere at elevation changed the electrical properties of the air in ways that affected high-voltage discharge characteristics, and several of the phenomena he wanted to study behaved differently at altitude than at sea level. He had thought about the physics carefully before choosing the location, which was his customary approach to decisions that most people would have made on simpler practical grounds. He arrived in May of 1899 and began constructing the experimental station on the eastern outskirts of the city. The building he built, which he called with characteristic understatement the experimental station, was a large wooden structure with a roof that could be opened to allow his main transmitting mast to extend upward, topped with a large copper sphere. The mast itself was designed to reach about 60 meters above the ground, which in combination with the altitude placed the top of the apparatus at a height where Tesla expected interesting things to happen with the electrical properties of the atmosphere. The exterior of the building bore a quote from Dante's Inferno above the entrance, which was either an ominous sign or an indication that Tesla had a particular sense of appropriate literary quotation, depending on your disposition. The quote was from the passage about entering the gate of a place from which return is not guaranteed, a choice that, in retrospect, carries a certain weight. The station's main piece of equipment was what Tesla called a magnifying transmitter, a transformer system that could produce voltages of several million volts and frequencies that could be tuned across a wide range. The scale of what he was building was not a laboratory curiosity. It was an experiment at a power level that had never been attempted in a controlled setting, designed to investigate phenomena that had never been systematically studied, because no one had previously had the means to study them. The local power company supplied the energy that fed into the system, and the company's representative who visited the station during its operation reportedly found the experience sufficiently startling that he preferred not to revisit without Advance notice. Tesla worked in Colorado Springs for approximately 8 months, from May 1899 to January 1900. His notebooks from this period survive and are among the more extraordinary scientific documents of the era, dense with observations, calculations, diagrams, and the occasional passage of speculative prose that makes clear he was aware he was in territory where the data outran the available theoretical framework. He was observing things that didn't quite fit the existing understanding of electromagnetic phenomena, and he was recording them with the precision of someone who understood that the observations were more valuable than premature explanations. The central discovery of the Colorado Springs period, the one that Tesla himself considered most significant and that justified the entire expedition, was what he described as terrestrial stationary waves. He found evidence that the Earth itself behaved as a resonant system when driven by the right electromagnetic frequency, that an electrical disturbance introduced into the ground at one point would propagate through and around the Earth and produce detectable effects at distant points, including the antipodal point on the far side of the globe. This is, in the vocabulary of physics, the Earth resonating like a bell, the bell being struck at one point and the vibration being detectable everywhere on its surface. The frequency at which the Earth resonates in this way, what we now call the Schumann resonance, named for a German physicist who derived it theoretically in 1952, was something Tesla was apparently measuring experimentally in Colorado in 1899, decades before Schumann's theoretical treatment. The practical implication, as Tesla understood it, was significant. If you could drive the Earth's resonant frequency efficiently, you could potentially transmit electrical power globally by using the planet itself as the medium. The power you put into the ground at Colorado Springs would appear, in principle, at any other point on the Earth's surface where you had a receiving system tuned to extract it. This was the technical basis for the Wardenclyffe project, the attempt to build a global wireless power system using the resonant Earth as the transmission medium. And the Colorado Springs experiments were Tesla's attempt to establish that the physical principle was real before committing to the construction of the full system. The demonstrations he conducted during this period were remarkable by any standard. Using his magnifying transmitter running at full power, he reported illuminating 200 incandescent bulbs located 42 kilometers from the station, wirelessly, through no physical connection, powered by the electromagnetic field he was generating. The bulbs were attached to stakes driven into the ground and lit by the terrestrial current that his transmitter was driving. Whether the demonstration operated precisely as described or involved some elements that were less perfectly controlled than the account implies has been a matter of some discussion among historians of science. But the core claim, that substantial electrical power was being transmitted without wires across significant distances, is consistent with what was technically possible given the equipment he had built, and the principle has been experimentally verified by subsequent researchers working with similar resonant ground transmission systems. The other signature achievement of the Colorado Springs period was the generation of artificial lightning, controlled, directed electrical discharges of a scale that had not previously been produced in any laboratory setting. Tesla's transmitter could produce discharges of 8 million volts or more, creating arcs that extended tens of meters from the main electrode and were visible from a considerable distance. The crackling discharge of the system during operation was loud enough to be heard miles away. The electromagnetic interference it produced was substantial enough to affect electrical equipment throughout the surrounding area, including, on at least one occasion, shutting down the generators at the local power company, which was supplying the power to the station in the first place, creating the entertaining situation of a system destroying its own power supply through the magnitude of its own operation. This is the kind of engineering outcome that is simultaneously a failure and an impressive demonstration, and Tesla appears to have taken it as primarily the latter. The sparks from the Colorado Springs apparatus were genuinely extraordinary visual phenomena. Photographs from the period show Tesla seated calmly at his desk reading, while meter-long electrical arcs crackle around him, images that have become iconic precisely because they look so completely implausible and yet are documented. The trick, as he explained patiently to journalists who asked about it, was that at high frequencies the current travelled along the surface of conductors rather than through them, the same principle he had demonstrated in his earlier high-frequency body experiments. The arcs were visually spectacular but operating in a way that Tesla's person was protected from rather than exposed to, because of the specific frequency he was generating. This did not stop every journalist who wrote about the images from implying that Tesla had achieved some kind of personal immunity to electricity, which was not quite the claim he was making, but was certainly better for circulation numbers. Then there is the matter of what Tesla claimed to have received in Colorado Springs, which requires a section of its own because it sits at the intersection of genuine observation, ambiguous interpretation, and the specific kind of mythology that tends to attach itself to extraordinary people in extraordinary circumstances, particularly when those people are inclined toward a certain grandeur of self-presentation. In late 1899, Tesla reported that his receiving equipment had detected a series of rhythmic electrical signals that he could not attribute to any known natural source or to any transmitter operating at the time. The signals were regular, counted in sequences that he described as suggesting intentional, structured transmission, not the random noise of atmospheric electrical activity, but something that had the character of deliberate communication. He reported 3 pulses, then a pause, then more pulses in a pattern that struck him as too regular to be natural. He subsequently suggested in public statements that attracted considerable press attention that the signals might have originated from Mars or another celestial body, that he might have been the first human being to receive a transmission from an extraterrestrial intelligence. The straightforward factual situation, assessed at this distance, is this. He received unusual electromagnetic signals in a period before radio was a mature technology, when the electromagnetic background was not well characterized and the number of operating transmitters in the world was small enough that unusual signals were genuinely difficult to attribute. The most likely explanation for what he received is natural, either atmospheric electrical phenomena, ionospheric effects, or signals from another terrestrial transmitter operating at frequencies and distances he couldn't immediately identify. The specific Jovian radio emissions that were later discovered to be a source of unusual extraterrestrial radio signals weren't known about at the time and wouldn't be identified until 1955, but they exist and they are real, and receiving something you can't explain and reaching for the most dramatic available explanation is a very human response to an ambiguous situation. Tesla was not, in 1899, in his most stable period. He was working in relative isolation in an environment that was physically and intellectually extreme, generating and receiving electromagnetic phenomena at scales that had never been attempted, sleeping inadequately, eating irregularly, and operating with the particular combination of exhilaration and strain that sustained high-intensity solitary research produces. These are not conditions that favour cautious, conservative interpretation of unusual observations. They are conditions that favour reaching for the largest available explanation, and transmission from Mars is, if we're being honest, about the largest available explanation for an unusual radio signal. The fact that Tesla was genuinely one of the most capable electrical minds of his generation doesn't mean he was immune to misinterpretation under unusual circumstances. He was also, by this point, aware that his public persona was a commercial asset, and man who received signals from Mars was considerably more newsworthy than man who recorded some puzzling ionospheric noise. This is not an accusation, it is an observation about the incentives operating on someone who needed continued public attention and investor interest to fund increasingly ambitious projects. He left Colorado Springs in January 1900 with notebooks full of data, a set of experimental results he was convinced justified the full-scale Wardenclyffe project, and a story about Martian signals that would follow him, sometimes helpfully and sometimes not, for the rest of his life. The station was dismantled after his departure, and the materials sold to cover some of the costs of the expedition. The Dante quote over the door presumably came down with the building, which is either poetic or simply the practical outcome of not needing it anymore. The funding for what came next came after considerable effort from J.P. Morgan, who we last encountered orchestrating the General Electric merger and who had maintained an interest in Tesla's work ever since. Morgan was not, by 1900, the enthusiastic backer that the earlier chapter of his involvement with electrical technology might suggest. He was a man of 63, at the height of his financial power, with a very large number of investment interests competing for his attention and capital. His decision to back Wardenclyffe was made after meetings with Tesla, in which Tesla presented the project with all the persuasive intensity he could bring to bear, and Morgan committed $150,000, a substantial sum, roughly equivalent to several $1 million today, for the construction of the first tower and transmission building on Long Island. The site selected was in Shoreham, on the north shore of Long Island, about 100 kilometers from Manhattan. Tesla purchased the land in 1901 and engaged the architect Stanford White, who was at the time one of the most celebrated architects in the United States, and whose fate at the hands of a jealous husband 5 years later would become one of the century's more dramatic tabloid stories, but that's a different documentary, to design the transmission building. The building White produced was handsome and practical. The tower Tesla designed to go with it was something else. The Wardenclyffe Tower, as it was built, rose 57 meters above Long Island. At its top was a mushroom-shaped copper electrode 20 meters in diameter, designed to create the large surface area required for efficient electromagnetic coupling with the atmosphere. Below the tower, extending deep into the earth, was a system of radial pipes and wires reaching down to the water table. Tesla's grounding system, designed to connect the tower's electromagnetic activity to the Earth's natural conducting layer in. The way that the Colorado Springs experiments had suggested was the key to global power transmission. The structure was genuinely unlike anything else built at the time, and photographs of it have a quality that is simultaneously industrial and otherworldly. A mushroom of copper on a spire rising from the flat Long Island landscape, pointing at the sky with an intention that the surrounding farmland couldn't quite contextualize. Tesla's description of what the tower was supposed to do, set out in his 1900 article for Century magazine and in his communications with Morgan, was specific and ambitious in equal measure. The world system of wireless transmission, as he called it, would simultaneously provide intercontinental telegraph and telephone service, transmit photographs and documents facsimile style across the globe, provide accurate time signals for worldwide navigation, broadcast news and stock prices to any receiving station on Earth, and transmit electrical power wirelessly to ships at sea and eventually to any point on the planet's surface. The receiving stations would require only a simple ground connection and a tuned receiver. The service would be effectively universal, available wherever you had the equipment to use it. The power would be essentially free to the end user, transmitted from central generating stations and distributed globally through the Earth's resonant system. Reading this description in the 21st century is a slightly vertiginous experience, because every single function Tesla listed in 1900 is a function that currently exists in the modern world. Intercontinental telephone service exists. Photo transmission exists as fax and digital image sharing. News broadcast exists in more forms than anyone in 1900 could have imagined. Stock prices to any location. Your smartphone has this. Wireless power to mobile devices, actively under development and commercially deployed at short range. Global time synchronization, done by GPS satellites. The world system is, allowing for some differences in the specific implementation details, an approximate description of the early 21st century's telecommunications and energy infrastructure. Tesla was describing in 1900 things that would take until 1990 to 2020 to fully realize. This is either remarkable foresight or an extraordinary coincidence, and it is, to anyone who has followed the arc of his thinking, obviously the former. The construction went reasonably well in the early stages. The transmission building was completed, the tower rose, the underground grounding system was installed. Tesla was on site frequently, directing the work, running calculations, corresponding with Morgan about timelines and costs. The project was genuinely underway, and by 1902 there was a physical structure on Long Island that was, in Tesla's assessment, significantly advanced toward its operational state. Then two things happened essentially simultaneously, and both of them were fatal to the project. The first was Marconi. In December 1901, Marconi transmitted his signal across the Atlantic, a fact we noted in the previous chapter. The public and press reaction was enormous. Marconi invents wireless telegraphy was the story. Tesla was not in the story in any prominent way. Morgan, reading the coverage, made a calculation. If Marconi had already done transatlantic wireless communication, what exactly was Wardenclyffe for? Tesla's answer was that Wardenclyffe was for something enormously more ambitious than what Marconi had done, that Marconi had sent a Morse code pulse, and Tesla was building a global power and communications network. This was true. It was also, from Morgan's perspective, an argument for spending more money on a project whose nearest commercial application had just been commercially demonstrated by someone else at a fraction of the cost. The competitive landscape had shifted in ways that made the investment case for Wardenclyffe harder to sustain. The second was money. Tesla's cost estimates, which had always been optimistic, began to fall short of reality as construction proceeded, and the scope of the underground installation became clearer. He went back to Morgan for more funding. Morgan had a philosophy about capital commitments that was fairly consistent across his career. The initial commitment was the commitment, and subsequent requests for more reflected poor planning on the part of the person he'd funded rather than additional opportunity on his part. He declined the additional funding. Tesla wrote more letters. Morgan declined again, with decreasing warmth and increasing directness. The correspondence that survives from this period has the quality of a man explaining a technical vision to someone who has already moved on to other things and is too polite to say so outright, while both parties understand perfectly well what's actually happening. Morgan's formal refusal when it came was accompanied by a reason that has been quoted and analysed since. He told Tesla, approximately, that there was no way to put a meter on it. This is the financial version of asking where the return on investment comes from, when you can't charge individual users for access. If electrical power or communication signals were transmitted globally through the Earth's resonant system, and anyone with a ground rod could extract them, the commercial model was essentially non-existent. Tesla's vision was, in this specific sense, too egalitarian for its own commercial good. He wanted to make energy freely available to the world, and Morgan wanted to know who was going to pay for that. These are not compatible objectives, and Morgan, who had not become one of the most powerful financiers in American history, by confusing philanthropic ambitions with investment theses, drew the obvious conclusion. Without Morgan's continued backing, Tesla could not find replacement capital. He tried. He approached other investors and found that Morgan's withdrawal had the effect that refusals from prominent figures often have in investment communities. It signaled that someone who knew more than most of them had assessed the situation and found it wanting, which made their own reluctance feel more justified. The project stalled. Work on the tower stopped. The staff were let go. The Long Island facility sat idle, its mushroom tower rising over the flat landscape as a monument to a project that had been real enough to build but not quite real enough to finish. The tower stood for over a decade in this state of unfinished, unfunded aspiration. Tesla continued to believe it could be made operational. He continued to believe the technical approach was sound. He continued, with the particular persistence that had always characterized his relationship with problems he considered unsolved, to look for ways to complete it. He proposed variations on the original plan. He sought government interest. He suggested scaled-down versions of the original vision that might generate earlier revenue. None of it found sufficient support. In 1917, with the United States now in the war, and the federal government acutely concerned about German spies using any available wireless infrastructure for intelligence purposes, the Wardenclyffe Tower was demolished by the Navy. Blown up specifically, charges set at the base and the whole structure brought down in a way that was both practically efficient and, from the perspective of someone who had spent 17 years trying to complete what it represented, almost comically definitive. Tesla had been forced to mortgage the property to cover his accumulated debts, and had no practical ability to prevent the demolition. The 57-meter copper mushroom that had been designed to speak to the Earth lay in pieces in a Long Island field. He did not publicly grieve the tower's destruction in the conventional sense. By 1917 he had been living with the failure of Wardenclyffe for over a decade, and the demolition was the formal conclusion of something that had already effectively ended. What he said about it in his later interviews was muted, a note that the work had been ahead of its time, that the technical principles were sound, that the world would eventually want what the tower had been built to provide. He was right on all three counts. He was also, by this point, a man who had learned to process the gap between what he knew was possible and what the world was willing to support as a permanent condition of existence, rather than a temporary obstacle. This is either wisdom or resignation, and possibly both. The tower's demolition is often framed as a symbol, the market destroying a great idea before its time, and that framing is not wrong, but it is somewhat incomplete. The market's response to Wardenclyffe was rational by the market's own criteria. Morgan's no meter on it objection was not a failure of vision on Morgan's part. It was an accurate identification of a genuine commercial problem with Tesla's specific implementation of the wireless power concept. A system that transmits power freely to anyone with a ground connection is not a commercial product. It is a public utility, and public utilities require either government funding or a charging mechanism that Tesla's design explicitly precluded. The market killed Wardenclyffe not because the market was incapable of recognizing a good idea, but because the idea was, as implemented, incompatible with the market's basic operating principle. What the tower's story actually illustrates is something slightly different and perhaps more interesting. The tension between visions that are designed to maximize human benefit and systems that are designed to maximize financial return, and the specific mechanisms by which that tension tends to resolve itself in favor of the financial system when the two come into direct conflict. Tesla wanted to give the world free energy. Morgan wanted a return on capital. These are not evil and good versions of the same objective. They are genuinely different objectives, and the one that came with $150,000 attached had the practical leverage. This dynamic has not become significantly rarer since 1905. What Tesla had built in Colorado and attempted to build on Long Island was, in concept, a century ahead of what the world could implement. The wireless power transfer concepts he was working with are now active areas of research in electrical engineering, with commercial applications in wireless charging that are direct descendants of the resonant inductive coupling principles he was exploring. The global communications infrastructure he described in the Century magazine article is essentially what we have built, using different technology than he envisioned but in service of the same functional objectives. The Earth resonance he was measuring in Colorado has been verified, named, and incorporated into the scientific understanding of the electromagnetic environment. The tower is gone. The ideas are not. What remained, when the dust settled over the Long Island field, was a man who had watched two major bets on the future fail to find the support they needed, the radio claim dismissed in favor of someone who had built on his foundations, the global wireless network demolished for want of a business model. Tesla was in his early 60s, his finances were in serious difficulty, and the spectacular public recognition of the Niagara years was receding into the past. What came next was going to be the longest and in some ways the strangest chapter of his story. The years when the inventor became increasingly a legend of a particular kind, managing his own mythology from a hotel room while the world caught up to the things he'd already thought of. But the Colorado lightning was real, the tower was real, the vision was real. And somewhere under the Atlantic Ocean, the signal Marconi sent was still traveling through electromagnetic fields that Tesla had mapped before Marconi had built his first transmitter. Some things don't need a meter to matter. There is one more element of the Wardenclyffe story that deserves attention before we move forward, and it concerns what the project's failure cost Tesla in practical terms beyond the loss of the tower itself. The $150,000 Morgan invested was, from Tesla's side, managed with the combination of genuine financial pressure and creative accounting that had characterized his relationship with money since the Graz days. He had used portions of the capital for equipment, for the building, for the underground installation, and for the ongoing operation of his New York laboratory, which was running in parallel and running at cost. By the time Morgan withdrew, Tesla had also borrowed against the Wardenclyffe property itself, which meant that the land and buildings, including the tower, were pledged as collateral for debts he couldn't service once the project's funding collapsed. The financial unravelling was slow and grinding in the way that these things tend to be when you're operating on enough borrowed time to keep moving forward without quite failing completely. Tesla maintained his laboratory on East Houston Street through the early 1900s, though at reduced capacity. He maintained his rooms at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, where he had been living since the late 1890s, and where his tab was accumulating in ways that the hotel was, for a considerable period, willing to tolerate on the basis of his celebrity and the hope that his financial situation would improve. He maintained his social appearances, his dinners, his public presence, partly because these were genuine parts of his life that he valued, and partly because disappearing from public view would have signalled the financial distress he was managing. To conceal, which would have made the concealment harder. What he was losing during these years was the productive infrastructure of his working life, the laboratory equipment that experiments required, the staff who could execute the physical work of building and testing, the access to materials and components that could only be maintained if someone was paying for them, the things a working inventor needs to actually invent, as opposed to the things a working inventor needs to maintain the appearance of inventing. Tesla had always lived primarily in the space of his own mind, running experiments in his visual imagination before committing them to physical apparatus. This was both his greatest capacity and, in financial difficulty, a kind of adaptive mechanism. You can keep thinking even when you can't afford to build, but it extracted its costs. The late Wardenclyffe years and the decade that followed them were years of diminishing physical output relative to the ideas Tesla continued to generate and describe, and the gap between description and demonstration widened in ways that made him increasingly easy to dismiss as someone who had once been significant, but was no longer producing at the level his reputation claimed. The Waldorf Astoria eventually stopped extending credit. He moved to less expensive hotels and then to still less expensive ones, in a gradual descent that traced the trajectory of his finances with almost artistic precision until he settled at the Hotel New Yorker in 1933, where he would spend the last decade of his life in room 3327. The hotel rates were modest, the room was adequate. The pigeon feeding that became a ritual of his later years, he maintained relationships with specific pigeons in Bryant Park and at the New York Public Library, with a constancy and emotional investment that surprised people who met him for the first time in this period was an affordable pleasure in a life that had progressively fewer of them. The Wardenclyffe Tower's demolition in 1917 closed a chapter that had, in practical terms, already been closed for years. What it opened, the chapter of Tesla as mythological figure rather than active inventor, is what comes next. But the tower's physical presence on Long Island, even in its abandoned state, had been a reminder that the vision had once been sufficiently real to pour concrete and drive steel. Once the concrete was gone, what remained was memory, reputation, and the notebooks, and the ideas that the notebooks contained, which were, it turned out, durable in ways that no tower could be. The Earth's resonant frequency, as Tesla measured it in Colorado Springs, is approximately 7.83 Hz. Schumann published his theoretical derivation of the same value in 1952, in a paper that cited natural atmospheric electrical activity as the source, and didn't mention Tesla's experimental work from 50 years earlier, because Schumann apparently didn't know about it. Subsequent experimental confirmation matched both Tesla's measurements and Schumann's calculations. The resonance is called the Schumann resonance. Tesla measured it first. These things happen, and at this point in the story we have perhaps stopped being surprised by them. What we can say, looking at Colorado Springs and Wardenclyffe together as a single chapter of Tesla's work, is that they represent his most ambitious attempt to turn a vision of global infrastructure into physical reality, and that they failed for reasons that were partly practical, partly financial, and partly the specific mismatch between the scale of what Tesla was proposing and the tools available to him for proposing it. The ideas were real, the physics was sound, the implementation was impossible at the capitalization level available. This is not a comfortable conclusion, because it means the failure was not the result of stupidity or malice on anyone's part, but of a genuine gap between ambition and the available support structures for realizing it. That kind of failure is harder to assign blame for, which makes it less satisfying as a story and probably more accurate as history. The Colorado lightning is still in the photographs. The Wardenclyffe site is now a museum. The dreams that drove both of them are still travelling, in the frequencies Tesla first mapped, through the air and the ground and the resonant shell of the atmosphere that wraps the planet he was trying to power. Some ideas don't wait for permission to be true, they just wait for the world to catch up. The year 1916 is where the formal arithmetic of Tesla's financial life ran out of room for optimism. He filed for bankruptcy. The declaration was not a dramatic sudden collapse. It was the official acknowledgement of a process that had been underway since Wardenclyffe's funding evaporated a decade earlier. 90% of his company's shares belonged to creditors. His patents, the ones that had been issued in the productive years of the late 1880s and 1890s, had been expiring steadily as patents do. They last 20 years from filing, and 20 years from the filings that mattered most put the expiration. Dates squarely in the middle of the period when he most needed them to retain commercial value. His monthly income had settled into the range of $350 to $400, enough to eat on, not enough to run a laboratory, and emphatically not enough to maintain the lifestyle that his previous decades had established as baseline. The Waldorf Astoria, where he had been living and accumulating an impressive unpaid bill since the late 1890s, had finally had the conversation that neither party had been eager to have. He was 60 years old. He had more than 700 patents to his name. He had invented the system that powered most of the industrial world. He had designed the technology underneath every radio transmission that had occurred since the 1890s, even if the formal recognition of this was still 27 years away from the Supreme Court ruling that would confirm it. He had lit the World's Fair, powered Niagara, and described the global communications infrastructure that would eventually be called the Internet. And he was broke, which is one of history's more pointed jokes about the relationship between inventing things and being compensated for inventing them. What happened next is one of the stranger chapters in the biography of any major inventor, and it requires a distinction that is worth making clearly at the outset. There is Tesla, the engineer, whose contributions are documented, verified, and foundational. And there is Tesla, the mythmaker, who emerged in the years of financial decline, and who was engaged with genuine sophistication and some creative latitude with the facts in the project of managing his own legend as a survival strategy. Both of these people were real. The second one was, in some ways, a more interesting character than the first, and in certain specific episodes, considerably more difficult to evaluate. The death ray is where this becomes most visible. Beginning in the mid-1930s and continuing until his death, Tesla made a series of public claims about a weapon he called the teleforce, colloquially known in the press as the death ray, a term Tesla didn't use himself but didn't discourage. The device he described was, in technical terms, a particle beam weapon, a system that could accelerate charged particles to high velocity and project them in a tight beam that could destroy aircraft or army formations at distances up to 400 kilometers. He described it as a weapon that could end all war by making offensive military action impossible. If every nation had teleforce devices defending its borders, the logic of invasion collapsed because any attacking force would be destroyed before it crossed into defended territory. He pitched this concept to the governments of the United States, Great Britain, Canada, and the Soviet Union, with varying levels of detail and varying levels of follow-up interest from the governments in question. The Soviet Union, interestingly, paid him $25,000 for some portion of his technical documentation, which was a meaningful sum to Tesla at that point, and which the Soviet side apparently considered worth spending on the off chance that the claims had merit. The US military evaluated his proposals and declined to fund development, which the US military's institutional record from the period suggests was not necessarily a conclusion reached after careful technical review, so much as a conclusion reached. About the credibility of the source, which is a distinction that says something uncomfortable about institutional evaluation processes, but is not entirely without justification. The British showed some interest, evaluated what Tesla provided, and also declined. Now, here is where the question of what was real gets genuinely complicated, and we should be honest about the complications rather than resolving them in either direction to make for a cleaner story. The technical concept behind the death ray, a directed energy beam weapon using accelerated particles, is not science fiction. Particle beam weapons are a real area of weapons research that has been actively pursued since the mid-20th century, with significant investment from multiple governments. The physics that would be required for such a device to work is not fundamentally impossible. The specific numbers Tesla claimed, the range, the destructive capability, the power requirements, are where the questions arise, because the engineering required to achieve those numbers involves challenges that were, in 1934, completely beyond any available technology, and that remained non-trivially difficult even with 21st century capabilities. What Tesla had, as the technical foundation for his claims, was a scientific memorandum he prepared titled New Art of Projecting Concentrated Non-Dispersive Energy Through Natural Media, a document that describes the theoretical basis for projecting a charged particle beam through the atmosphere without the dispersal that normally prevents such beams from maintaining coherence over long distances. The document is technically serious. It describes specific engineering approaches. It identifies the physical obstacles and proposes methods for addressing them. It is not the work of someone generating theatre for press consumption. It is the work of someone who had thought carefully about a specific technical problem and believed he had identified a viable approach. Whether the approach was actually viable, whether the specific methods Tesla proposed would have worked at the scale and distance he claimed, is a question that cannot be definitively answered from the historical record because the device was never built and the technical details Tesla provided were never independently evaluated at the level of detail that would be required. the 1984 report that is sometimes cited as validation of Tesla's concepts, specifically a declassified paper by physicist Bernard Eastlund and others examining non-dispersive beam transmission, confirmed that Tesla's general framework was physically coherent while leaving open the question of whether his specific engineering proposals would achieve the claimed performance. Physically coherent and would actually work as described are different things, and the gap between them is where Tesla's claims about the death ray exist. What is clear is that Tesla, in presenting the teleforce to governments and to the press, was doing something more complex than simple truth-telling or simple fabrication. He was doing what the smartest people in difficult circumstances often do. He was leading with his strongest hand. The concept was real. The physics was sound in outline. The detailed engineering specifications were based on extrapolations that went considerably beyond what he could actually demonstrate. He needed money. Governments with military interest had money. The gap between "this is theoretically possible" and "I have built this and it works" was bridged in his public presentations with a confidence that the actual state of the technical work didn't fully support. This is not unique behavior among inventors seeking funding. It is, in fact, the normal behavior of people pitching technology that exists in prototype or concept form to funders who need to be convinced before they'll pay for the next stage of development. Tesla's version of it was more dramatic than most, and the stakes were different, but the underlying dynamic was familiar. The press coverage of the death ray is its own small study in how celebrity and technical credibility interact with media appetite. Tesla was, by the 1930s, a figure whom newspapers knew how to cover. The eccentric genius, the man who had once lit a World's Fair with the power of alternating current, now living alone in a Manhattan hotel and claiming to have invented a weapon that could end all war. This was not, from a circulation standpoint, a difficult story to place. The coverage was enthusiastic and factually loose in the way that science journalism has often been when the story is dramatic enough to override the inconvenience of verification. Tesla's birthday interviews, which he gave annually on July 10th, and which became a reliable source of remarkable claims for reporters who knew they could count on him to produce something quotable, contributed to a public image that was, by the 1930s, as much mythological as biographical. He announced at various birthdays that he had developed a motor that ran on cosmic rays, that he had a device that could photograph thoughts, that he had discovered a new method of generating electrical energy directly from the medium itself, what he called harnessing the ambient energy of the universe, that he had experienced telepathic contact with beings on other planets, an upgrade apparently from the Colorado Springs radio signals he had previously attributed to Mars, now extended to a more general extraterrestrial correspondence. Some of these claims were connected to real experimental work he was doing or had done. Some of them were extrapolations from real principles to conclusions that the real principles didn't actually support. Some of them were, to put it plainly, things he said to journalists because journalists were interested, and being interesting had practical value in a period when practical value was scarce. The question of how to think about this aspect of Tesla's later life is one that his admirers and his critics have handled differently, and the truth is that neither the purely admiring version nor the purely critical version captures what was actually happening. The admiring version says that everything Tesla claimed was ahead of its time, and that we should trust his vision without reservation because of his record. This is too credulous, and it collapses the important distinction between Tesla, the verified genius, and Tesla, the claims that require individual evaluation. The critical version says that the later Tesla was simply making things up, trading on a reputation he had earned earlier to generate attention and income he couldn't produce through actual work. This is too dismissive, and it ignores the genuine technical substance in documents like the Teleforce Memorandum and the real experimental work he continued to do, at reduced capacity, in the hotel room on East 33rd Street. The most accurate version is that Tesla in his later decades was a man of genuine and undiminished intellectual power, operating in circumstances that made the full expression of that power impossible, managing the gap between what he could imagine and what he could demonstrate by doing what any competent communicator does in difficult circumstances, emphasizing the imagination and minimizing the gap. He was not fraudulent in the way that a con artist is fraudulent, which requires specific intent to deceive for personal gain at someone else's expense. He was something more complicated, a man who had been right about things so many times at such extraordinary scale that the distance between "I believe this will work" and "I can demonstrate that this works" had perhaps genuinely collapsed for him, in a way that made his own communications more confident than the technical state of affairs warranted. After you've been right about alternating current, Niagara Falls, radio and global wireless communications, a certain confidence about the next idea is both understandable and professionally hazardous. His daily life in the later years was structured around a routine that he maintained with the same obsessive consistency he had applied to everything since childhood. He woke early, worked in his room, went to Bryant Park to feed the pigeons. This was not a casual habit, but a genuine, sustained emotional commitment that he described with warmth in interviews when the subject came up, and which the people who observed him taking it seriously confirmed was entirely genuine. He had particular pigeons he knew individually and cared about specifically, and the death of a white female pigeon he had been feeding for years produced in him, by his own account, something close to grief. He ate dinner most evenings at the Hotel St. Regis or the Waldorf, where the old relationships with staff persisted even after his residents had moved elsewhere, and where his dinner order had consolidated over the decades into something that might charitably be called minimalist: warm milk, honey, vegetable juices, and specific preparations that reflected his growing conviction that most foods were unnecessary if not actively harmful. Whether this constituted a diet optimized for longevity or a diet optimized for affordability was a question his acquaintances sometimes wondered about quietly. He continued to give interviews on his birthday. The July 10th ritual became a New York institution of a minor sort. The reporters knew to show up at his hotel room, Tesla knew to have something quotable ready, and the transaction was conducted with the mutual understanding of two parties who each knew what the other needed. He was, in these later interviews, often funny, genuinely, dryly funny in the way of someone who had observed human behavior long enough to find its patterns entertaining, and occasionally wise, and sometimes alarmingly specific about things that didn't quite exist yet. The combination made the interviews unpredictable in a way that kept them interesting, which was presumably part of the point. He was still working, in the sense that he was still thinking. The hotel room on the top floor of the New Yorker had accumulated papers, equations, diagrams. He was corresponding with scientists, engineers, and occasionally government officials. He was not, by most accounts, producing work at the level that the earlier decades had sustained. The loss of laboratory access had cost him the experimental engine that translated his visual thinking into tested results. But the visual thinking itself, the extraordinary internal simulation capacity that had been running since a 7-year-old boy watched sparks come off a black cat, was still operating. He was still filing patents in the 1920s and 1930s, including one for a vertical takeoff aircraft design in 1928 that anticipated helicopter aerodynamics, and one for a speed indicator in 1916, and several others that demonstrated that the inventive faculty was not depleted even if the productive infrastructure for realizing inventions was gone. He died on January 7, 1943, in room 3327 of the Hotel New Yorker. The cause of death was listed as coronary thrombosis. He was 86 years old. The hotel maid found him when he didn't respond to the usual knock. He had not been seen for several days. The room was tidy, in the way that his spaces always were. Tesla's eccentricities ran toward order rather than chaos, and the accumulated papers and equations were arranged rather than scattered. He was found in bed, which means that whatever he had been thinking about last, he had at least been resting while he thought it. He died alone, which is one of the facts about him that people find saddest, and which Tesla himself, in his later years, seems to have regarded with more equanimity than the people who think about it on his behalf. He had always been somewhat alone, not because he was incapable of connection, but because the specific character of his interior life made genuine contact with it rare for anyone on the outside. Within hours of his death, agents from the Office of Alien Property, a wartime federal agency that had jurisdiction over assets belonging to foreign nationals during the Second World War, appeared at the Hotel New Yorker and removed the contents of his room, including all his papers, notebooks, correspondence, and the contents of a safe he maintained at the hotel. Tesla had been an American citizen since 1891, but the agency apparently had questions about the status of certain materials and acted with the kind of federal efficiency that doesn't wait for the answers. The papers were sealed, classified, and examined by a panel that included government physicists tasked with assessing whether any of the materials constituted weapons technology of interest. The assessment concluded that they did not, at least not to the level of immediate operational utility, and the papers were eventually returned to Tesla's nephew in Belgrade after the war. The FBI has since declassified its files on Tesla, which contain both the assessment records and the correspondence surrounding the seizure, and which are, as government documents go, moderately interesting reading. In the months after his death, the Supreme Court issued its radio patent ruling, as we've established. The United States government, which had just found his papers insufficiently interesting to retain, simultaneously acknowledged through its highest court that the fundamental architecture of every radio system in operation had been patented first by the man whose room they had just cleaned out. This is, to employ the understatement one last time, not ideal timing, and yet, here is where the story turns, and turns in a direction that is actually more interesting than the biographical tragedy might suggest. Tesla's legacy in the decades following his death did not stay quiet. It didn't accumulate dust the way that some obituary subjects do, their Wikipedia pages frozen at the moment of their maximum significance, and gradually visited less often as the years progress. Tesla's story did the opposite. It grew. It was rediscovered, reinterpreted, claimed by different communities for different purposes, and eventually became, genuinely, not just as a marketing exercise, one of the most cited and celebrated scientific legacies of the 20th century. The first phase of the posthumous recovery was the technical community's reassessment. Electrical engineers who had been trained in the post-war period began, through the 1950s and 1960s, to trace the genealogy of the technologies they were working with back to their actual origins. The AC power system, Tesla. The induction motor, Tesla. The radio architecture, Tesla, the Supreme Court had confirmed. Fluorescent lighting, which was becoming ubiquitous in the post-war consumer economy, Tesla had demonstrated the principle in 1893. Radar development drew on high-frequency electromagnetic work that Tesla had pioneered. The engineering community's reassessment produced a man considerably more central to the infrastructure of modern life than the popular narrative had acknowledged, and this reassessment began to filter into the educational and popular literature with increasing frequency through the latter half of the 20th century. The second phase was the cultural rehabilitation, which arrived in the 1980s and 1990s with a particular fervour that reflected something about those decades as much as it reflected something about Tesla. These were decades of rapid technological change, of the personal computer revolution, of the early internet, of a general sense that the world was being rebuilt by people whose ideas were ahead of the institutions around them. Tesla became a symbol for this feeling, the visionary whose ideas the world wasn't ready for, the man who described the internet in 1900 and the wireless world in 1893, the person who had been right about everything and acknowledged for none of it. There is a version of this that is entirely accurate. There is also a version of it that recruited Tesla to causes he was only loosely connected to, and that attributed to him a purity of motivation and universality of vision that the actual biographical record supports only partially. The cultural Tesla became, in this period, somewhat larger than the biographical Tesla, which is the characteristic symptom of becoming a symbol. The third phase, which is ongoing, involves both the continuing rehabilitation of Tesla's specific technical contributions in their actual historical context and the commercial deployment of his name in ways that are, in some cases, connected to his work and, in others, connected primarily to the cultural resonance of the name. The most prominent example of the latter, Tesla, Incorporated, the electric vehicle company founded by Elon Musk and named for the inventor, has probably introduced more people to Tesla's name and general significance than any biography or documentary. Produced in the past several decades, which is either a tribute to the continuing power of Tesla's legacy or an observation about the marketing acumen of certain Silicon Valley founders, depending on how generously you're reading the situation. The irony that the most famous commercial product bearing Tesla's name runs on DC power, rather than the AC system Tesla championed, is the kind of historical detail that Tesla himself would probably have noted with dry amusement and then moved on from, because he was generally more interested in what came next than in the irony of what was current. What actually came from Tesla, the things that are in the world right now, functioning, fundamental, taken entirely for granted, is worth a brief inventory, not as a celebration, but as an accounting. The alternating current power system delivers electricity to virtually every home and building in the industrialized world. Its fundamental architecture, polyphase generation, transformer-based distribution at high voltages, induction motor loads, is Tesla's design, built to his patents, scaled from systems he built and demonstrated in the 1880s and 1890s. The induction motor runs refrigerators, air conditioners, industrial equipment, electric vehicles, pumps, fans, and essentially anything that requires converting electrical energy to mechanical rotation at any significant scale. Every radio transmission uses tuned resonance circuits that Tesla patented. Wi-Fi, cellular networks, Bluetooth, GPS. All of these use electromagnetic principles that Tesla was the first to patent in their applied form, operating in frequency ranges and with circuit architectures that trace directly back to his work. Remote control of devices, from garage door openers to drone aircraft to the Mars rovers currently operating on another planet, descends from the teleautomaton he demonstrated in Madison Square Garden in 1898. Wireless charging for your phone operates on exactly the resonant inductive coupling principle Tesla described and attempted to deploy at Wardenclyffe. This is not a list assembled to argue for a statue or a prize. It is a list assembled to make the point that Tesla's work is not historical, it is present. It is in the infrastructure you use every minute of every day, invisible in the way that all successful infrastructure is invisible, so thoroughly integrated into the fabric of modern life that noticing it requires a deliberate act of attention. The fact that most people don't know this is not, at this point, correctable by any single biography or documentary. It is a structural feature of how we relate to the systems that sustain us. We see the applications and not the foundations, the device, and not the physics that makes the device possible. Tesla built the foundations. The applications are what we live in. The question his story poses, and it is a genuine question, not a rhetorical one, is about the relationship between timing and recognition. What does it mean to be right but early? What do we owe to people whose contributions we are using every day but acknowledging poorly? How does a society decide whom to honour in their lifetime and whom to honour afterward? And does the gap between those two groups reveal something about which kinds of contributions we're good at evaluating in real time versus which ones we only see clearly in retrospect? Tesla's answer to the timing question, at least as expressed in his later years, was something like this. The work matters more than the recognition, and the work persists regardless of whether the recognition arrives. This is not the answer of a man who didn't care about recognition. Tesla cared, and the evidence of caring runs through the birthday interviews and the patent disputes and the public claims about the death ray. It is the answer of a man who had lived long enough to understand that the alternative to making peace with delayed recognition was spending your life in a posture of grievance about it, and that grievance was a worse use of whatever time remained. Then continuing to think about the next problem. He was right about AC power. He was right about radio. He was right about the global communications network. He was right about wireless energy transfer. He was right about the Earth's resonant frequency. He was right about X-ray hazards. He was right about remote-controlled weaponry. He was wrong about the Martian signals, or probably wrong. The universe hasn't fully confirmed this one way or the other, which is at least consistent with Tesla's general tendency to be more right than his contemporaries expected. He was right more often and more fundamentally than almost any other person who has ever engaged with the physical structure of the world, and he was right in a way that the world has been living in ever since, regardless of whether the world's formal attribution system caught up with it. He died in January 1943. The Supreme Court ruling came in June 1943. The Wi-Fi you might be using right now arrived in 1997. The wireless charging on your phone became commercially available around 2009. The Wardenclyffe site became a museum in 2018. The global communications network Tesla described in 1900 became fully operational sometime in the early 2000s, depending on how you define operational. He was 86 years old. He had more than 700 patents. He was alone in a hotel room in Manhattan. He had given the world a way to move power across distances without losing most of it to resistance, a way to send signals through the air without wires, a way to control machines from a distance, and a vision of a connected, wirelessly powered global civilization that took the rest of the world about a century to build. Not bad for a kid from Smiljan who got interested in physics because of a black cat. let's spend a moment on the specific question of what legacy actually means in Tesla's case, because the word gets used casually in biographical summaries in a way that can obscure rather than clarify. Legacy in the most trivial sense means that people remember you and say nice things about you at conferences. Tesla has this, abundantly, and it is the part of the legacy that would have provided the least satisfaction to the actual person, who was more interested in physical results than in commemorative remarks. Legacy in the more meaningful sense means that your work is still doing things in the world, that the ideas you had and the things you built are still operating, still producing effects, still structuring how reality works for the people who come after you. Tesla has this too, and at a scale that is difficult to fully appreciate because the work is so thoroughly invisible in its success. Consider the specific case of wireless charging, which is now available as a feature on most mid-range smartphones, and which most people who use it understand vaguely as something to do with a coil in the phone and a coil in the pad. What it actually is, the precise physical mechanism, is resonant inductive coupling between two coils tuned to the same frequency, where an alternating current in the transmitting coil generates a changing magnetic field that induces a current in the receiving coil without any physical connection between them. This is, for the physics-minded, immediately recognizable as exactly what Tesla was trying to do at Wardenclyffe at the scale of the planet, now implemented at the scale of a nightstand. The principle is identical, the scaling is different. The underlying electromagnetic physics is what Tesla patented, described, and attempted to deploy for global power transmission, now living in your phone case as a charging convenience feature. He would have found this both gratifying and slightly anticlimactic, probably in that order. Consider also the question of Wi-Fi, which operates on radio frequencies in the 2.4 and 5 GHz bands using spread spectrum modulation and tuned resonant circuits in both the transmitter and receiver. The tuned resonant circuit, the component that allows different devices to communicate on different frequencies without interfering with each other, is the element that Tesla's 1900 patents covered, and that the Supreme Court confirmed were valid. Prior art against Marconi's claims. Every Wi-Fi transmission uses this principle. There are approximately 20 billion Wi-Fi-enabled devices currently in operation worldwide. Each of them is, in a technical sense that is not merely metaphorical, running on Tesla's patented architecture. 20 billion is a large number. It is larger than the number of light bulbs that were lit at the 1893 World's Fair by a factor of approximately 200,000. The scale of the deployment would probably have delighted him, and the failure to acknowledge the lineage would probably not have surprised him, because he had stopped being surprised by that particular outcome sometime around 1909. The cultural trajectory of Tesla's reputation since his death has followed a pattern that is recognizable across the history of scientific and technological figures who were, in their lifetimes, either poorly credited or actively disputed. There is the initial period of relative obscurity, when the person's contributions are known to specialists but have not entered broader cultural awareness. Then there is the rediscovery, usually triggered by some combination of new biographical work, changing cultural context, and the accumulated weight of evidence that the person's contributions were more significant than the official record. Acknowledged. Then there is the overcorrection, where the rediscovered figure becomes a symbol, and the symbol accumulates qualities that the actual person may or may not have possessed. And then, eventually, there is something like mature reassessment, an attempt to understand the person accurately, in their actual historical context, without either the defensive minimization of the initial period or the uncritical celebration of the overcorrection phase. Tesla has been through the first three of these phases fairly visibly, and the fourth is ongoing. The Tesla of the internet era, the meme Tesla, they erased him from the textbooks. Tesla, the patron saint of suppressed visionaries Tesla, is a cultural artifact that bears a real but complicated relationship to the biographical Tesla. The biographical Tesla was genuinely brilliant, genuinely undercompensated, and genuinely the victim of a credit system that was not designed to handle his kind of contribution. He was also genuinely complicated, sometimes difficult, occasionally credulous about his own claims, and not, in the end, someone who can be reduced to a morality play about genius versus the establishment without losing most of what was interesting. About him, the interesting version is more human than the symbolic version, and more useful as a story about how scientific and technological progress actually happens. One more thing deserves mention before we close, because it is both factually interesting and genuinely moving if you let it be. Tesla's relationship with the Serbian cultural community, the connection to his heritage that he maintained throughout his life, and that deepened in his later years as his American professional relationships became more attenuated, produced one of the stranger footnotes in the story of his papers. After the Office of Alien Property released the seized materials in the late 1940s, they went to Tesla's nephew Sava Kosanovic, who subsequently transported them to Belgrade, where they were deposited in what became the Nikola Tesla Museum. The museum, which opened in 1952 and is still operating on Krunska Street in Belgrade, holds the largest collection of Tesla's original documents in the world, several thousand notebooks, technical drawings, correspondence, photographs, and personal items. It is a UNESCO-listed institution. It receives visitors from around the world. The man who died broke in a Manhattan hotel room has a museum in Serbia that is one of that country's most internationally recognized cultural institutions. There is something in this that captures something essential about the arc of Tesla's story. The recognition that was unavailable in the country where he did his most important work arrived, eventually and substantially, in the cultural homeland he never fully returned to. He never went back to Serbia or Croatia after he left for America in 1884. He maintained his Serbian identity throughout his life. He consistently identified as Serbian in interviews and correspondence, despite the various political reorganizations of the Balkan region that complicated such identifications across his lifetime. The museum in Belgrade is the physical home of his intellectual legacy in a way that nothing in New York quite is, which is an outcome that the biographical facts of his life didn't obviously predict, but that feels, with the full story in view, somehow right. The lights are on because of him, the signal is travelling because of him. And somewhere in the quiet hum of every electrical appliance in every home that has power tonight, alternating naturally at 60 cycles per second, there is a rotating magnetic field that began in a Budapest park in February of 1882 and has not stopped turning since. That's the story of Nikola Tesla. Thank you for spending this time with it. Sweet dreams, wherever in the world you're watching from. And when you reach over to switch off the light, maybe take half a second to notice the wall socket. There's a whole century of fighting behind it, and a man from a thunderstorm who made it possible. Good night, night owls. Sleep well.